This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Red Fox by Karina Halley, narrated by Joe Raylan. Chapter 1. The parched air swarmed furiously with sky-seeking embers that spanned the spectrum of orange and yellow. They emerged from flames of the fire, with the vibrating sound of cracking bones, and formed abstract waves in the space above my head before drifting off into the darkness. The campfire was mesmerizing. It swallowed up all of my concentration. I needed to think to draw in some underlying message that was hidden in the dark corners of my surroundings. I closed my eyes and shut out the dancing light. With the cessation of my sight, the crackles grew louder and the hollow sound of drumming began in the distance. I felt the air reverberate with each solid blow and let the noises flow throughout my body until they nestled somewhere at the base of my skull. I needed information. I searched internally for something, anything. I noticed myself taking a deep breath through no conscious effort of my own and felt the threads of my mind reaching out blindly. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly, but I would know when I found it. An uneasy, nauseous feeling came over my senses like a heavy cloak. My eyes flew open. The silhouette of a small woman stood before me. She had bright yellow eyes that peered at me malevolently, increasing my urge to vomit. "Something has been unearthed here," I said in an uneasy voice that wasn't my own. Like shots from a seizure-inducing video game, images of destroyed tombstones, shovels and dirt, bones lying scattered across a desert land, high-soaring birds against an endless blue sky, four-legged beasts dancing to the tune of a drum, all flowed in rapid succession across my mind's eye. The woman smiled at me with canine fangs. "That's all you'll be finding," she said. "There is no death here." "Not yet," I found myself saying. I slowly turned to the sound of the drumming. A black figure with no face was banging away on a native drum. The edges of the fire were suddenly alive with the slinking figures of wolves. They advanced toward me, each step timed with the pounding of the drum, until I was completely surrounded. The wolves leaned back in unison and straightened up until they all stood on their hind legs. They walked awkwardly, unpredictably, like some sort of disturbing canine zombie, and within seconds they were within striking distance. The last thing I remember was looking into their eyes and seeing the eyes of my sister, my mother, even Dex. These horribly human eyes, before they started to tear me apart, limb from bloody limb. "Are you nervous, Perry?" I barely heard my own name. My mind still tried to process the remaining fragments from the dream I had the previous night. It took me a few seconds to realize that my sister, Ada, was speaking to me. "What? Yes, of course I'm nervous," I told her. "Well, you look a little green," she said. I felt a little green. Not only did I have this overall icky feeling from the dream, I had my internet debut to worry about. It was a Sunday night, and Ada and I were sitting anxiously on my bed, the wide screen of my computer facing us with an impersonal glow. In a few moments, my parents would join us, hopefully with a bag of popcorn and lowered expectations, and we would watch a webisode that would make or break my life. 4 weeks ago, my life was a lot different. I was just a lowly receptionist at an advertising agency, living at home with my parents and floundering in an uneventful existence. Then, one night, while visiting my Uncle Al's estate on the Oregon coast, I became involved in something that can only be described as supernatural. I still don't have an explanation, but I knew it was worth telling everyone about. I recounted the incident on my sister's blog, posted a few videos I'd shot on YouTube, and suddenly everyone wanted to know what happened to Perry Palomino that night. Which, in hindsight, was really nothing, but with my shaky camera work, it looked like something. One thing did happen, though, while I explored my Uncle Al's haunted lighthouse. I stumbled across someone else who shouldn't have been there. His name was Dex Foray, a Seattle-based filmmaker who was scouting locations for a potential ghost hunting show on the website he worked for, Shownut. Okay, maybe the term filmmaker is a bit grandiose. Shownet specializes in low-budget, mildly entertaining shows broadcasted primarily on the web. The current repertoire includes Wine Babes, a show that is apparently more popular than I had thought, at least among the men. It consists of Dex's girlfriend, the uber-hot and annoyingly exotic Jennifer Rodriguez, who hosts the show that teaches hapless men how to pair cheap wines with cheap meals. And when I say cheap, I mean Burger King. Anyway, adding to the highbrow mix is our show, of which at this point I didn't even know the name of. See, after our run-in, and after I got quasi-famous on YouTube, Dex contacted me in hopes of producing the Ghost Hunter, Ghost Whisperer, Ghost Seeker show with me as the host. I said yes, because, well, what else did I have to do? Before I knew it, we returned to Uncle Al's estate, investigated the abandoned lighthouse where everything originally went down, and attempted to get it all on film. I'm still not sure what we ended up capturing. Over the next 3 weeks, I'd only been in sporadic contact with Dex, and the most I'd seen of the final footage took place on his laptop during the drive to Shownet's office in downtown Seattle. The only thing that I really had any control over was writing the blog piece that would accompany the webisode. We hoped that if tonight's episode did well, it was just a demo after all, we would branch the show into its own website and have my blog piece run alongside the footage. This way people would get a greater sense of what actually happened versus what we managed to catch on film. In the future, we could also have little bios, maybe a Twitter feed about what we were investigating and other interactive components. Of course, if tonight flopped, we could have nothing. Part of me believed things would work out, and that Dex was gifted enough to make something compelling out of nothing. But the other part was certain we were doomed. I mean, for one, neither of us had any idea what we were doing. Although strange things have happened to me in my lifetime, things I was becoming more and more aware of, I didn't consider myself a ghost whisperer. I don't know jack shit about the supernatural, how to communicate with them, how to conjure them, or anything like that. There are tons of people out there who deal with the paranormal. Did you know you can get a degree in demonology? I mean, how fucked up of a major is that? Tons of TV shows and blogs that involve psychics and ESP and EPGs and infrared cameras and whatnot. But me, I knew nothing. I was pretty sure Dex didn't have the slightest clue when it came to the supernatural either. Other than the fact that he's quite supernatural himself. In other words, the dude's crazy. I'll admit, up until recently, I had been pining for Dex. Not in some lovey-dovey way, but I certainly felt myself grow more attracted to him over the 3 days we spent together. I guess there's a lot to be said for those situations where epic circumstances bring complete strangers together. That's pretty much what happened to us. Well, to me, anyway. But after some time and distance between us, he didn't occupy my thoughts in quite the same way. That's probably because I had more important things on my mind. When Dex's partner at Shownet, Jimmy Kwan, agreed to let us have our show, he made it very clear that I would have to be available for shooting between Thursday and Monday night. The pay wouldn't be very good, and I most likely needed a job on the side. The thing is, I had a job. In fact, I had been promoted recently, which actually excited me. I had worked at the advertising agency for over a year, and there was nary a hint that I would ever move up from receptionist. However, with the new shooting schedule, I would have to get the agency to let me work part-time. I was cautiously optimistic that not only would they let me work Tuesday to Thursday, but that they would allow me to keep my promotion. That said, I didn't end up saying a word to my boss about this whole scenario until Friday. It didn't go down very well. I got fired. Apparently, my boss took my request as a form of ungratefulness. That wasn't the case, of course, but what else was I supposed to do? Well, I guess I could have said no to the low-paying gamble of an internet show and said yes to a proper career and money. Leave it to me to do the most selfish and irresponsible thing. So, yeah, that's what I've been dealing with lately. I spent the whole weekend in a state of catatonic shock, barely getting out of bed. It's ironic because I had dreamt about the day I could say goodbye to my job, and now that it had actually happened, I was completely horrified. Granted, I had always prayed that I would be let go in some massive layoff so I could spend my days in total freedom while receiving unemployment pay. But instead, I got myself fired. It was humiliating, devastating, and 100% my fault, which made it that much harder. Thankfully, the only person who knew about my predicament was my sister, Ada. My parents would eventually find out, but I wanted to keep that from happening for as long as possible. All of this made tonight's show even more important. I hoped it would be just good enough so my parents would have some faith in the project and in me. That way, when it came time to tell them about how I got fired, they wouldn't see me as such a hopeless case. Maybe they would both magically think that this show held the key to my future success and financial independence. I knew that was asking a lot, especially since I didn't really believe it myself. In 3 weeks, I went from thinking my life was finally going somewhere to cursing myself for gambling on something so silly. Things will be fine, Ada said, placing her hand on my shoulder. I jumped out of my daydream again and looked down at her small hands, her nails impeccably manicured for a 15-year-old. I appreciated the irony that a high school student was telling her older sister that everything would be okay. Of course she would think that. Ada was a gorgeous, skinny, popular 10th grader with a successful fashion blog and the world on a silver platter. I was her 22-year-old loser sister who just lost her job due to her own immaturity. I swallowed hard, trying to hide the bitterness somewhere deep inside, and gave her a meek smile. You promise? She nodded confidently just as my parents entered the room. As predicted, my father produced a giant bowl of popcorn. Did we miss anything? He asked, peering at the computer screen through his thick glasses. I shook my head, the nervousness threatening to swallow me whole. Normally I got nervous about the smallest things, like calling to order pizza, which I blamed on some unchecked anxiety problem. Now that I actually had reason to be nervous, I started getting dizzy. I could feel the suffocating reaches of a mild panic attack slinking around the corners of my mind. My dad pulled out my desk chair, and my mother awkwardly sat down on my beanbag chair. She smiled at me wearily. I could tell she didn't have as much stock in the show as I had originally hoped. My dad passed the bowl of popcorn to me. Eat. You look like you're going to pass out, he ordered. I reluctantly popped a handful into my mouth and glanced at the clock on the computer. The big hand ticked over to 7 p.m. It was go time. I took a deep breath, almost choked on a leftover popcorn kernel, leaned over, and pressed refresh on my browser. I quickly sat back and covered my eyes with my hands. Oh my God, I can't watch this, I muttered, peeking out through my fingers as if that was going to shield me from possible embarrassment. That's why we're here, honey, to watch it for you, my mother said from down on the floor. I peered at the screen. It was all black, with creepy keyboard and guitar sounds coming faintly from the speakers. The words "Experiment in Terror" flashed across the screen. I laughed. Experiment in Terror? That's an old Blake Edwards movie. I shook my head at the lack of originality, even though it actually was quite fitting. I figured Dex would come up with a hokey name like that. Hope you're not going to get sued now, my father said. You can't copyright titles, Dad. I hushed him. Beneath the title, the words "The Dark House" appeared. Dark horse? Asked my mom, squinting. Dark house, like the opposite of a lighthouse, I offered, though again this was all Dex's doing. The words faded from view, and a wavering, hazy image of the lighthouse appeared. A growling, rough voice came through. It took me a few seconds to realize it was Dex's voice, albeit a bit lower than usual. I had only heard his voice once in the past few weeks. It still took me by surprise that it belonged to a somewhat short, thin, scruffy man instead of a tall, hulking behemoth. At the turn of the century, the Oregon coast was a busy cornucopia of merchant vessels, ships, and boats that plied the waters heading for lands both near and far. Dex narrated. I cringed at the sloppy writing and wondered why I hadn't been asked to whip something up. If I had known he was going to narrate the episode, I would have insisted. Did you find some old sailor to do the voiceover? My mother asked. No, actually, that's all Dex. My mother didn't look too impressed. She exchanged a vague glance with my father and looked back at the screen. Dex's voice went on, giving a short and rather sinister history lesson before the stock footage of old ships and wild storms ceased, and suddenly my big fat face filled the screen. Oh, Jesus. I put my hand over my eyes again. Perry, my dad warned, his religious side irked by my choice of words. Ada reached over and pulled my hand off my face. Oh, come on, you look great, she said excitedly. I cautiously peered at the screen again. I definitely did not look great. I had enough problems dealing with my body and face on a daily basis. Just looking into the mirror often sent me off into a tizzy. So obviously with the camera, which really does add 10 pounds, zoomed in, it wasn't doing me any favors. I remembered the scene like it was yesterday, or a few weeks ago. Dex and I were on the beach near the lighthouse, battling the ferocious wind and attempting to get a few good setup shots. I got nervous with the camera in my face and Dex's rather brusque way of directing, so I suddenly started spouting off all this knowledge about the lighthouse and its morbid history. It sounds crazy, but somehow I knew everything there was to know about it. For a while there, it was like I was living it, moving through and witnessing its past like a ghostly observer. And for some strange reason, Dex chose those scenes to put in the show. I watched my round, blank face stare stupidly at the ocean, with my black hair flying all over the place. "You look haunted," Ada said quietly. "I don't get it," said my mother. "Are you having a seizure?" The camera froze on my face as Dex's narration explained how the host, me, felt something dark and horrible about the lighthouse. "An internal warning or a message from the grave," Dex said dramatically. My dad snorted in laughter. "I think she just forgot her lines." I glared at him and sank back into the bed. This was not starting out well at all. Thankfully, my face faded from view and the story began to move in a more linear fashion. A lot of the shots that I wouldn't have thought were usable worked great at creating atmosphere, and the music that Dex used or composed added to the creepiness. We had watched the show for about 10 minutes when I realized that although the video thoroughly intrigued and scared me, it didn't have the same effect on my parents. I had actually lived through everything. I knew the end to the story, which was more horrifying than anything captured on film. But did your average person, who didn't know the things I knew, get anything from it? I looked over at my mother. She was staring at her fingernails. At least my dad watched, although I could see an impatient look in his eyes. Even during the part where Dex filmed shakily the hallway flooding and the fire creeping up the walls of the lighthouse, and me, their daughter, getting dragged underwater, neither of my parents seemed moved or concerned. Even when the screen went blank as Dex chucked the camera out the window. Nothing. Ada, on the other hand, bit her lip hard, fully engrossed. That would have been a great sign, had she not already known the real danger involved. Needless to say, an uncomfortable silence filled my room as the show ended. "Well, Perry," said my dad. He got up and didn't finish his sentence. My mother got up, too. "That was interesting. You looked good." Ada gave our parents an annoyed look and turned to me. "That was fantastic." It wasn't fantastic. I don't even know if it was interesting, and I definitely didn't look good. "So," my dad cleared his throat, "do you really think people are going to buy that?" "What?" He chuckled. "Perry, you've based the whole show on a lie." "It's not a lie," I said incredulously. "So you're telling me that a ghost set the lighthouse on fire? Because the last time I checked, you, Al, and the police were blaming the explosion on faulty wiring or something of that nature." "The police said it must have been faulty wiring," I told them. "And now you're saying it's the ghost of the lighthouse." "I'm not saying that now. I've always said that. I just didn't tell you guys that because you wouldn't believe me." I felt my cheeks flush and gave Ada a helpless look. She shrugged, not wanting to get dragged into a senseless argument with our dad. "You're right about that," he sighed. "Look, Pumpkin, I don't care what you do in your spare time, so long as it doesn't interfere with your job, your career." "Eek." "But don't get your hopes up on this. I honestly don't see it going anywhere. I'm not saying that to be mean, sweetie. I'm just being your dad. This was fun." "Uh-huh," I mumbled and looked over at my mom, who edged silently toward the door. She caught me looking at her and pasted on a sympathetic smile. "You know your parents. We're too old for this kind of stuff. You know, ghosts and the internet and things aren't really made for us. But your writing was good, and you looked good, and that's what's important." Of course, my mother, being an ex-model from Sweden and all, would say that. You didn't even read my writing. I never saw her glance once at the blog I had written, which was posted beside the video, in plain sight. She looked embarrassed. "No, not yet, but I know it would be good anyway. Stick to your writing and your job, Perry, and good things will happen. We're gonna go watch Desperate Housewives." My dad waved and shut the door behind them. Fuck. I moaned and flopped back on the bed. Don't be so dramatic, Ada chided. My eyes flew open. Excuse me? She got up and walked over to the computer. It wasn't bad at all, Perry. Seriously, my friends would find this shit scary. Ugh. Well, they would. They are your demographic, aren't they? Little tweens and teens. I was kind of hoping everyone would find it scary. And I'm sure they do, but come on, it's just a demo, like you said. It's not going to be perfect your first time out. Besides, you almost fucking died making this. That's insane. She had a point, but it didn't help with what my parents said about keeping my day job. Anyway, she continued, I think it's awesome, and I'm going to get everyone else to think it's awesome. You'll get 1 million likes on YouTube, and the next time you do this, it'll be even better. You guys just need practice. No, I need practice. Dex is fine. She laughed. He at least needs to practice his narration. It was a little Vincent Price, wasn't it? I mused. Who's Vincent Price? Oh, for crying out loud. Never mind. Never mind. I covered my face with my hands again. I knew if I got more comfortable being on camera, and if we had a better script and an actual game plan, the next time would work a lot better. The thing that bothered me, though, was if there wouldn't be a next time. What did Dex think of it? What did his boss? I eyed my cell and contemplated calling Dex, but decided I was too afraid to hear what he had to say. I couldn't handle brutal honesty at the moment, and I knew if I couldn't make a go of this show, then I didn't have anything else left. I moaned and rolled over. Ada hit my leg with her hand. Snap out of it. I don't want to see you go into another depression. I'm not depressed. I mumbled face down into the bedding. I'm screwed. No, you're not. You hated your job anyway, right? So go get a new job. Stop being so emo. I couldn't help but laugh. That said a lot coming from Queen Emo herself. Ada, when you're my age, you'll understand what a big deal it is to be without a job. Oh, shut up. Spare me your dramatics. You're in your early 20s and you live at home, you loser. Half of the country is out of work right now, and they actually have real problems, such as mouths to feed and mortgages to pay and whatever. It's a terrifying world when you are the voice of reason, I admitted. And it's a terrifying world when you have to tell your older sister that everything will be all right. Just promise me you won't lock yourself in your room and mope all week. Go out and get another job. I'll keep your secrets safe from Mom and Dad. You're going to have to do something between 9 and 5 anyway, and like hell, I'd want you following me around at school. I wouldn't dream of it. Chapter 2. The next morning felt like I was on a super-secret spy mission. I was a spy who wore a business suit and rode a motorbike. You look nice, my mother said as I tried to sneak through the kitchen without her noticing. Oh, thanks. Just felt like looking more professional, I replied uneasily. That's my girl. Have to look the part. Don't want them to regret giving you a promotion, do we? I shook my head and proceeded to leave the room. What's in your hand? She called curiously. I looked down at the manila envelope that was full of my resumes and cover letters. I've had some work I wanted to catch up on over the weekend. I was surprised at how easily the lies came to me. My mother grinned again. I'm proud of you, Pumpkin. Oh, God, kill me now. I laughed nervously and booked it out of the room before she said anything else. I got on my bike, putt-putt, and roared off toward downtown Portland. Only a few weeks ago, I was riding to work and wishing I didn't have to go, that I could just go anywhere. And now that I actually could go anywhere I wanted, I was still heading into the city in hopes of finding a paycheck of some sort. Arg, irony was having a field day with me lately. I didn't really have a sense of what to do or where to go. Normally, I would scour the job and career websites for openings and send off my resumes via email. But I couldn't sit at home and do that all week without blowing my cover, so I had to go off and do my job search the old-fashioned way. Let me tell you, the old-fashioned way sucks. I much preferred the easy anonymity of email submissions. I found it really hard to walk into random office buildings and inquire about potential positions. Luckily, a lot of companies were okay with the drop-in. Maybe it made me stand out. But I still felt embarrassed. I could tell each receptionist silently judged me and praised their good fortune for having a job and not needing to walk around town groveling. It probably didn't help that most of the time I was actually applying for the receptionist position. I wouldn't have been surprised if they tossed my resume in the trash can afterwards. By the time lunch rolled around, my stomach begged for nourishment of some sort. I still wasn't too big on eating breakfast. I had visited 28 offices, which actually only covered about 1 square block downtown. I decided the next course of action would be to find an internet cafe after lunch and go back to basics. As I sat in a sushi restaurant, drinking copious amounts of free green tea and looking over my resume for any errors, yeah, I probably should have done that before I started handing them out, my phone rang. The sound startled me, and naturally I knocked my cup of tea over my remaining stack of resumes. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to diffuse the bomb I felt slowly building up in my abdomen. I calmly looked at my phone. It was Tex. For some reason, that made my blood boil. "Yes," I answered, rather rudely, I must say. My waitress, who was dabbing up the tea with a cloth, gave me a wary look. I smiled at her apologetically. There was silence on the other end. He carefully cleared his throat. "Perry?" "Yes?" "It's Dex, that guy you did that show with. We were at a lighthouse." "Yeah, hi, Dex."
"You have caller ID, don't you?"
"Sure do."
"Is this a bad time?"
"Sort of, though I don't see it getting any better." I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was practically spitting out the words as if they were bitter pills. He sighed. I could tell he was thinking long and hard about what to say next. Finally, he said innocently,
"How are you?"
"Do you really want to know?"
"Yeah. Did you see the show last night?"
"Yep."
"You hated it, didn't you?"
Now it was my turn to think long and hard. I didn't hate it, per se. My parents hated it.
"Oh, well, you know, parents."
"And your parents?" Silence. Then,
"My parents what?"
"Did they hate it too?"
"Both my parents are dead," he replied bluntly. "But yes, I'm sure the show is making hell even worse for them."
Did he just imply that both of his parents were in hell? I couldn't tell if he was joking, since he was even harder to read over the phone than in person. He could be as deadpan as anything, but he always had that little wild gleam in his eye if you look for it.
"More importantly, though," he continued, "was what Jimmy thought of the whole ordeal."
"Which is why you called?"
"And to say hello." "Jesus, Perry, what's your problem?"
"My problem?" I exclaimed. My problem? Where did I begin? How about how not only did I almost die making some shoddy internet show, but that I gambled my entire career on it as well? Only I couldn't bring myself to say that to Dex. I didn't want him to think I had put more stock into the project than I already had. I needed to save some sort of face in this situation, even if it was my own bloated and confused one.
"Perry?"
he asked with a little more finesse. I sighed. "Sorry, PMS, I guess. I'm fine. Please tell me what Jimmy thought of the show."
"He said it was crap."
"Oh, perfect."
"Don't worry, though. He knows it was just a demo. He was a bit disappointed with the hits that we got, or misses, if you want to look at it that way, but you know how pretentious those fuckers on YouTube can be. But I told him he barely put any fucking money into our babies, so what did he expect? I don't know, he's such a fucking idiot sometimes. I even suggested that you ask your company to look into the advertising just to get something going."
My heart dropped an inch. Right, my company.
"Doesn't matter anyway. It'll work a lot better this time. Now people know what to expect, what it's about, who's the host, where it is, and whatever. Plus, you know, we'll have a script of sorts and a storyboard, and maybe you'll do some actual research this time. And
Excuse me, actual research? Tell me how I'm supposed to do actual research when some sullen hipster locks me in his car and shoves a bunch of library books down my throat and expects me to read and memorize them all in 2 hours.
Whoa, hey, hipster? Come on, kiddo, I know you're PMSing, but there is no need for name-calling here."
I rolled my eyes. I wished he could have seen that over the phone. "So, there is a next time?" I asked.
Yeah. Were you not at the meeting a few weeks ago? If I remember correctly, I put my little ass on the line for you so that we can make this whole project happen. Do you recall that? Because if not, then I may have to start up on my meds again. I'm already at full capacity."
I did remember that meeting at Dex's office. Jimmy, whom I had only just met seconds before, was going off about how unsuitable I was for the small screen. And by small screen, I mean the internet. I wasn't fit for the smallest screen possible. Jimmy was right, too. I could tell from how awkward and gross I looked on camera, but for some reason, I blame it on insanity. The accusation really offended Dex, and he ended up jumping to my defense. It was very touching, noble, and unnecessary. It was also his conviction that made me believe that we could actually make this show and pull it off. Just because my parents didn't like it, and people weren't fawning all over it like I had hoped, I didn't know I had lost all that faith and conviction myself. Dex hadn't. I remember, I said quietly. Thank you. He exhaled slowly. A long pause awkwardly filled the cellular waves.
I don't need you to thank me. Just listen, there is a next time, as we had discussed. This Thursday night, we're flying to New Mexico, coming back on Monday. You did get the time off work, right?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, I said impatiently. New Mexico. I thought last time you mentioned something about Texas.
I did, but I got a call from an old, acquaintance of mine, and apparently there's some sort of activity at a ranch that he says would be perfect for the show. He's gonna meet us there and set everything up.
What's the activity? I asked, intrigued. I felt my mind being happily diverted.
Poltergeists, I think. Something's been terrorizing a Native American couple down there. And unless you have a greater knowledge of them than some creepy blonde girl saying they're here while fondling a TV set, I would say that this would be a good time to get your butt to a library after work and get some books out about it. I would like it, no, love it, if at least one of us knew what we were dealing with.
I agreed. I just hoped that they had books like How to Put on a Successful Webcast Without Looking Like a Douche and Dex Foray When Crazy Came to Town at the library as well. Unfortunately, there were no such books at the library downtown. I did, however, find some pretty informative books on poltergeists. It kind of scared me to take the books out of the library, lest they start glowing or doing strange things like flying around my room at night. I was already having vague nightmares about killer coyotes and fanged apparitions and didn't need any more fuel for that fire. But I was also determined not to have either of us come across as a fucktard, as Dex so eloquently puts it. Poltergeists, for the most part, seemed to be pretty unhappy spirits with a vendetta against humanity and an eye for trickery. I knew that if I died, I'd definitely come back as one. It actually was quite appealing, throwing shit around and scaring hapless people out of their homes just to be an ass. I started looking forward to meeting these asshole ghosts. When I wasn't browsing through trippy books, I spent my time going to my fake job. The staff at the internet cafe got to know me well by the time Thursday rolled around, since I spent most of the week in their presence, applying for pretty much every job I could. At one point, the manager offered me a job there if I didn't find something soon. The gesture was very nice, but I was not a people person, and dealing with customers would be the downfall of me and the cafe. God knows why I was still applying for receptionist jobs. My parents never really caught on, even though I spent every waking minute in complete paranoia whenever they were around. I knew they had no reason to question whether I went to my job every morning, but that didn't stop me from taking every precaution, including a script of what to say in case they asked me how was work. The real challenge came when I had to tell them I was going to New Mexico that weekend. I decided to tell them on Wednesday during dinner, after they both had a couple of glasses of wine and Ada wasn't in one of her moods. I was going to need her support. So, I said, pushing my chicken around on my plate, I'm going to New Mexico tomorrow. My father literally spat out a little bit of his wine.
What?
He wiped his chin quickly. New Mexico? Perry, what are you talking about? My mama asked, her face automatically in worried mode. Oh, it's for the show, I said casually. We're shooting the next episode there.
Next episode? I thought that was a one-time thing,
said my dad. No, I said it was a demo, and if it was successful enough, it would keep going. Aside from you two, other people seem to like it, and Dex's boss has asked us to continue. There's a poltergeist or something on this ranch, and we're going to go down there to film it. My dad sighed, took off his glasses, and squeezed the bridge of his nose, something he did when he was trying to control his temper. My mom shook her head, utterly befuddled. Well, you can't just go off to New Mexico, she said. Don't they know you have a real job? I could feel Ada's eyes on me. I nodded quickly. Yes, they do, and I asked my boss, and she said it wouldn't be a problem. In fact, she's seen the show and thought she saw potential in it. Dad put the glasses back on and pushed back his chair, arms stiff against the table. I don't believe it. I shrugged and turned my eyes to my chicken. Anyway, Cheap said I could have a 4-day weekend, no problem.
And will you be getting paid for those 2 days you miss?
He asked.
Of course not, but Perry, your mother and I don't like this one bit.
I laughed. I couldn't help it. You don't even know what she thinks. I looked at my mom. I was the rock, and my dad was the hard place. She took a deep breath. If Perry's work is okay with it, I think she should be allowed to go. Just this once, though. Then we'll see what happens. I shot a smug look at my father, who answered with,
You understand that this doesn't look good for you. A new promotion, and you just fritter it all away by taking time off? That doesn't look good at all.
Do you think I would do this if it jeopardized my job? I asked with such conviction that it almost seemed true. Ada kicked me under the table. I felt very dirty. Besides, I continued, I'm getting paid for the work this weekend. It's hourly, but it's still something. And flights and accommodations are covered, so technically I'm actually working more by doing this. My dad stared me straight in the eye, trying to assess if I was telling the truth or not. Satisfied, he looked away and shrugged. I knew that if I brought the money factor into it, he would yield eventually. So I suppose you are going with this Dexter guy, my mom said. Dex, not Dexter. It's short for Declan, somehow, I said tersely. And yeah, he's the cameraman and the producer. Otherwise it would just be me wandering around the desert and talking to myself.
I still don't like it,
Dad said, getting out of his chair and bringing the dishes to the sink. You don't like anything, Ada interjected. He dismissed her with his hand and left the room, a defeated hang to his head. My mother watched him go and gave us a tired smile. Don't mind him. Do you girls mind cleaning up? I shook my head. No, not at all. Do you mind that I'm going away? She looked down, the light catching on the slight wrinkles on her forehead. I hated those moments when you realized your parents were getting older. I'd rather you didn't. Not for the reasons your old dad worries about, but... You're my daughter. I don't like the idea of you going off all over the country with some strange man. He's not a strange man anymore. I mean, he's strange, I said, then noticed her face growing even more worried. He's not a stranger, is what I am trying to say. He took great care of me last time. You talked to Uncle Al, you know. Last time? You were almost blown up in Al's lighthouse last time. But I made it out alive, I reasoned. I worry about you, she said, putting her hand on my hand. My mother rarely showed any affection with me, so the quiet gesture was touching. I'll be fine. Dex is a smart man. I smiled convincingly. It was really hard to come up with a positive adjective to use to describe Dex. I knew sexy wouldn't cut it with my mom. I worry about you, Perry. Not this guy, not this show. I worry about you and that head of yours. I took my hand out from under my mom's and gave her a caustic look. My head is fine, I said slowly. I didn't know why my parents had to fret over me so much. What happened to me in the past was in the past. Sometimes I thought it was all in their heads instead of mine. She clasped her hands together and nodded. You're right, I know. I'm just being a worried mom. She turned her attention to Ada, who was sitting silently beside me, observing everything. You'll at least be here this weekend? Ada nodded. My mother got up, awkwardly patted her on the head, and left the kitchen for upstairs. What the hell? I said, turning to Ada. She shrugged. I know. Why do I have to stay home this whole weekend? No, Ada, what the hell did Mom mean about my head? An innocent look came over Ada's big coal-rimmed eyes. I don't know. Do I look like Mom or something? She's probably worried you're going to lose your passport or wallet or plane tickets or phone or whatever else you seem to lose on a daily basis. No. I shook my head. It was something else. Maybe it has something to do with how easily you're able to lie to them. What was all that crap about your boss letting you have time off and how she believed in your show or whatever? That's totally going to bite you in the ass later. And I'm not having any part of it. Oh, like you're all perfect. You don't even have a job, and yet I see these $400 shoes on you every weekend. And don't tell me that it's all from blog advertising, because I know you don't make that much yet. You don't know anything, Ada said quickly and started gathering the rest of the dishes from the table. I know you have a massive credit card bill, I admitted rather viciously. I took in a deep breath. My sister's shopping addiction and debt were honestly none of my business, but for some reason I felt like being vindictive. She put the dishes down on the counter with a loud clatter, but didn't turn around. And I know you're a month behind in your minimum payments. And if you don't get a handle on that soon, it's going to come around and bite you in the ass." She whipped around, all bleached hair and hell-bent teenage fury. "You snooping through my stuff now? I was looking for my Rush concert tee in your drawer when I came across your little secret mail stash. I wasn't snooping. I saw the statement like that." That was the truth. What was also the truth was I found a box of condoms in there as well. Let me tell you, there is nothing more frightening than seeing proof that your 15-year-old sister might be having sex. But that was a topic of conversation for some other time. "So, what, you're going to tell Mom and Dad now?" she asked stiffly, though I could see palpable fear in her eyes. I got up and brought my dishes over. I leaned against the counter and folded my arms. It was hard to look authoritative when you were only 5'2", and your younger sister was a good 4 inches taller than you. "No, I'm not going to tell them. It's none of my business. I just wish you'd come to me if you were in some sort of financial trouble." Ada laughed and started rinsing the dishes. "Oh, yeah, like you could help me with my finances. You don't even have a job." Well, actually, the part about me getting paid to do the show was true, so technically I do have a job. It's just not a lucrative one. But the point is, you should come and talk to me, whether you think I can help you or not. I know Ada and I hadn't been very close, and even though I certainly felt more like a sister to her over the last month or so, we still had a long ways to go. But I knew the first step was to start treating each other as allies instead of enemies. To me, that meant being able to trust each other. Even if it was just us trying to fool our parents in one way or another, it would be nice to have a partner in crime. "Okay," she said slowly. "I'll try and remember that next time." We left it at that and spent the rest of the time doing the dishes and cleaning up while making the occasional joke or gossiping about celebrities. It was a nice, comfortable evening to have before I was tossed into the wild unknowns of New Mexico poltergeists and Dex. Chapter 3. My flight to Albuquerque took off at 7 p.m., which meant I could have easily asked one of my parents to drive me to the airport. I opted to be stubborn, though, and biked my way there. My carry-on bag was small enough that I was able to strap it to putt-putt with ease, and I really didn't feel like being trapped in a car with my parents. I knew they were brimming with lectures ever since I told them about the trip, and I didn't want to have to lie anymore about anything job-related. I hated to admit it, but Ada was right. My lies would come back to bite me in the ass one day. It was a little sad, though, as well as nerve-wracking, that I was boarding the plane by myself with no one to see me off. I watched people saying goodbye to their loved ones before they went through security and saw couples waving to each other through the window. It pinched at me, just a little bit, that I didn't have that in my life. It also reminded me of the last time I was on a plane. Dex had been waving goodbye to me, only to get in his car and go home to his girlfriend. Ah, yes, Jennifer Rodriguez, the girlfriend. I never met the woman and had no idea what she was like, except from a few rather cryptic comments from Dex. But I didn't like her. I don't even know why she boiled my blood so much. There was just something about her. This wasn't anything new with me. I tended to hate on a lot of people for no apparent reason. But it bothered me more than most. I thought it was because she was Dex's girlfriend, and it alerted some internal competition mode. But lately my feelings toward Dex were more annoyed than lustful, and I didn't feel jealous when I thought of them together. Thank God, because the last thing I wanted was to be drooling over Dex again. No, I think Jennifer got under my skin because she represented everything that I wasn't. She was a successful host. She was tall, thin, gorgeous, and exuded this glowing sexuality that I couldn't possibly fake in a million years. I had the feeling she was one of those types who never had to work a day in her life, and people were always bending over just to wipe her ass. She probably shit gold, too. So she embodied everything I hated and everything I wasn't. Yet in the back of my mind, she was something I strived to be. How sick was that? Thankfully, these thoughts didn't occupy my mind the entire 3-hour flight, as obsessive as I was about things. I had given myself plenty of time to get nervous and worked up, too. There was just so much pressure for us to get everything right this time. No one gets things right the first time, so any shortcomings we had with the pilot episode, and there were many, were totally justifiable. But if we messed up this time, we had no excuses. Not only did I need to know what I was talking about, I also had to look like I knew what I was talking about. The books would help with that first part, but the real problem came with self-confidence. That would be very hard for me to fake. Near 10 p.m., the flight made its descent. I stared out the window at the black view and wished we were landing in the daylight so I could at least get a glimpse of what Albuquerque looked like. There was something unsettling about landing in an unknown place in the dark. After I grabbed my carry-on bag out of the overhead compartment and made my way into the surprisingly small but delightfully southwestern airport, I became inexplicably weak in the knees. I ducked into a bathroom and lightly dabbed a wet paper towel on my cheeks, trying to regain my breath that had become increasingly labored and erratic. I nervously put on blush, eyeliner, and lipstick, and smeared powder all over my face, then quickly ran a brush through my hair. Looking less like I was on a plane for the last couple of hours, my heart seemed to calm down, and I regained feeling in my legs. It was funny how these wee panic attacks of mine crept up at the strangest times. I don't know why I got so nervous about seeing Dex again. I took a deep breath and emerged from the bathroom. I walked to the baggage claim and arrivals area, self-conscious, thinking he was somewhere waiting for me. I scanned the crowd for that face of his. I wanted to say it was a familiar face, but for a few split seconds, I had forgotten what he looked like. Despite the fact that the crowd was quickly dwindling, I couldn't spot anyone who jogged my memory. I positioned myself by the half-empty baggage carousel, trying to look like I was waiting for my bags. After 10 minutes rolled by and all the bags had been taken off, I felt my chest fill with ice and started to wonder what the hell would happen if he didn't show up. How stupid was I to fly down to frickin' New Mexico by myself with no backup plans? As I tormented myself with what-if scenarios and guilt-tripping for not being more responsible, I felt a solid tap on my shoulder. I spun around, ducking slightly, my arms poised and ready, karate instincts. It was Dex, of course. He took a quick step back, eyeing my ninja arms, then gave me an apologetic look.
Sorry, my flight got in late. I was just running the car.
I barely heard his gruff voice. I was focused on the fact that what used to be a very slight dusting of facial hair on his lip was now a full-on mustache. Nice stash, I couldn't help but exclaim with a laugh. He did somehow look different than he did 3 weeks ago. Aside from the mustache, which I admit suited him for some reason, his black hair was a bit longer and shaggier, a swoop of it falling across his broad forehead. Even his chin scruff was thicker and covered more territory. His eyes were still dark and intense, though they had that sleepy, heavy-lidded look that I had come to associate with his subdued moods. Thankfully, he did look happy to see me. He stroked his mustache like a master villain and broke into his very Joker-esque smile.
Thanks. I thought I would get a head start with Movember next month.
November, was the month where men decide to grow mustaches. Not many women look forward to Movember. Well, luckily, you pull it off, I said brightly, feeling just a little awkward. He grinned again, shook his head, and fished a packet of Nicorette out of his pocket. He popped a square into his mouth and bit down, looking at me the whole time. I had forgotten about the unnerving way he studied people, especially me.
You got everything?
He asked, eyeing my bag. I patted it. I travel light.
Huh, he said. I didn't know women could do that.
He turned and walked off toward the doors. Even though he was already on the thin side and had a big navy hoodie and black cargo shorts, he looked like he might have dropped some weight recently. His ass still looked good. Okay, I shouldn't have been looking, but I couldn't help it. I followed him outside, where the dry yet surprisingly cold air nipped at my face and seeped through my light jacket. It wasn't raining like it would have been in Portland. In fact, I could already see many stars in the sky despite the city lights, but it wasn't exactly warm either. I brought my jacket in closer around me and scuttled after him toward the parking lot. For a guy who was only 5'9" at best, he did cover a lot of ground with his strides. Then again, I was a good 5 inches shorter than him, with stubby legs that didn't quite move as smoothly as I would have liked. I blamed my flabby thighs for always slowing me down. Damn friction. As we walked, he spat out his gum, reached into his other pocket, brought out a packet of cigarettes, and stuck one in his mouth. He looked behind him at me and stopped, bringing out his gold lighter and igniting it with one quick motion. I caught up to him with what must have been an incredulous look on my face. He shrugged at my expression.
At least I'm not smoking and chewing at the same time.
Yeah, at least. I gave him a disapproving look, and we started off for the car again. Funny thing was that Dex wasn't really a smoker. I remembered he only lit up a few times toward the end of our last adventure, and that was only after we survived nearly getting blown up in the lighthouse. Then again, Dex wasn't normal. He admitted before that he was bipolar, but I wasn't sure if I believed that. I mean, he was strange and weird and quite manic at times, but I had never seen him depressed or anything. Whatever he was, I did know he took medication for it. Whether that medication did him any good, well, I didn't know him well enough to have an opinion. I hoped that by the end of our trip I would, though. I had forgotten how much this man intrigued me. We located the car, a Jeep, in case we were headed for turbulent lands, and soon we were on our way. Where? I had no idea. I expected an element of awkwardness while in the car with Dex. It always took me a while to get into the groove when meeting people again, and he wasn't the type of person to ever make things easy for you. But surprisingly, he was acting relaxed and jovial. "Where are we spending the night?" I asked as I watched the lights from the airport disappear in the side mirrors. "I thought we would camp in the middle of the desert. I told you we were doing this on the cheap." I looked out at the blackness and felt deathly uncomfortable with the fathomless desert that it hid. Camping in the desert seemed like a death wish. I tried to look at him as calmly as possible, but I could tell my eyes were raging. He gave me a sleepy grin. "Relax, stress gaze. We got a motel. One we'll probably be sharing with a bunch of hookers, but I take it you're pretty liberal." "Hardy har har." I glared at him, enjoying our sparring. He gave me a wink and turned his attention back to the road. "So, how are you?" he asked. The sincerity in his voice made me suspicious. "I'm fine." "You're a terrible liar." I cocked my head at him. "What? I'm fine. I didn't say I was great." "You should be great, Perry. You should be jazzed as shit. New Mexico, man. Just look at this place." He gestured at the darkness, then took a quick peek at me. "Something's different with you." I shrugged. To be fair, you didn't know me all that well. "This is true. But there's something you're not telling me." It was my turn to laugh. "There are many things I'm not telling you." He peered at me. His brown eyes glinted like black stones. A flicker of intensity ran across them. "I'll get to the bottom of you before this is all over." I held his gaze while an impulsive smile gently tugged at the corner of my mouth. There was a current of tension in the car, but of what kind I didn't know. It was wishful thinking on my part to think it was sexual in any way. I looked away first, and just in time to see a car parked up ahead in the middle of the road. We were seconds from colliding with it. "Dex!" I screamed and thrust my hands out on the dash, bracing for certain impact. The rest was a blur. The high-pitched squeal of brakes filled my ears as Dex slammed on them and whipped the wheel around. The Jeep slid and lurched beneath us, but thanks to his fancy maneuvering, we came to a stop on the shoulder, a few yards past the car. The road was dark and devoid of traffic at that moment, which probably saved our lives. But alive and well or not, I could barely breathe, and my poor heart was skipping loudly. Dex was leaning forward, clutching the wheel desperately. He slowly loosened his grip and looked over at me. He looked absolutely stunned. "Are you okay?" I nodded, trying to regain my breath. He nodded too, as if to say he was okay. He looked behind us. "What the fuck was that?" I turned around in my seat. The car was a small compact and was parked diagonally across both lanes of the highway. The lights outside and inside the car were on, and all 4 doors were open wide. There was no one in the car at all. It was like they all ran out and vanished into the darkness. That thought made me very ill and very afraid. "What happened?" I whispered. He shook his head and then unbuckled his seatbelt. I immediately put my hand on his to stop him. "What are you doing? You can't go out there," I hissed. He unbuckled it anyway and opened the door. "You stay here. People might be hurt." And with that, he shut the door on me and left me in the car. "Fuck that." I quickly unbuckled mine, leaped out of the car, and ran over to Dex. I expected him to tell me to go back, but it's like he knew I would join him anyway. There were still no other cars around, which I thought was eerie considering we weren't that far from the city. The lights from the abandoned car and our Jeep were the only lights we could see. The car wasn't running. We saw no tire marks on the road to indicate they had to stop quickly, unlike our Jeep, which left hefty marks in its wake. It was like someone calmly decided to park it there and leave. I don't like this, I started, but Dex quickly threw his arm back at me and held me in place, finger to his lips. He stopped and peered intently at the car. We were only a few feet away. I wanted to grab onto him for dear life. I also wanted to ask him what he was looking at, but didn't dare ask. Or breathe. He took a tentative step forward. Then I saw it. Something popped up in the back seat and then disappeared. I didn't know what it was, but I can tell you that it wasn't human. Dex slowly turned and looked at me, the whites of his eyes glowing madly in the sparse light. "We better leave," he said quickly, turning around and yanking me toward our car. "What is it?" I cried out, still wanting to see despite the thick fear in my throat. I looked back as Dex dragged me forward, his grip on my arm strong. Something shadowy moved in the back seat again. The car rocked back and forth for a few seconds. The head of a coyote poked out of the car. Seeing us, it jumped out of the back seat and onto the road. I gasped. Dex turned to look and stopped. The coyote held us in its gaze, its eyes strangely familiar. I'd seen coyotes before. They were a nuisance in the countryside around Portland. But there was something strangely terrifying about this one. Maybe it was the circumstances. Had that coyote just eaten everyone in the car? I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. It just stood there, as still as the air around us. But I had this feeling like it already had its teeth in me. Its eyes were the strangest green color. They sparked with intelligence. Did coyotes even have green eyes? Suddenly, I felt a hard pull on my arm again. Dex dragged me toward the Jeep. I looked back, and the coyote was gone. It was like some heavy fog lifted from my eyes, as if the last few seconds had been a dream and I was finally coming to. We quickly got in our vehicle, and without saying a word to me, he thrust it into gear, and we sprinted down the highway at an alarming speed. I stared at him. His hands were back to holding the steering wheel with a kung fu grip. His mouth was set in a firm line, and his eyes... Well, his eyes weren't fearful, but they were lost in thought. I wanted to ask him what had just happened. Where did the occupants of the car go? Why was there a coyote in the car? Why did we have to leave so fast? But I could see I wouldn't be getting anything out of him tonight. I had to come up with the answers by myself. I turned my attention to the blackness sweeping past us, made more mysterious now, knowing a party of people could be out there just wandering the desert. I didn't know what had happened to the people in the car, but I knew they weren't attacked by a coyote. Coyotes wouldn't dare attack a party of humans, no matter how hungry they were. If anything, the car was abandoned and the coyote was scavenging for any leftovers. I shuddered at the thought of rogue body parts in the back seat. I wasn't quite satisfied with that conclusion, but it had to do for the remainder of the drive. Within an hour, we were pulling up to a nondescript motel perched at the edge of a deadbeat town. We hadn't said a word to each other the whole time. My room looked straight out of a bad 70s porno flick. The wallpaper was peeling in the corners, there were nicotine stains on the walls, and the bed was one of those coin-operated models. The only thing missing was the shag carpeting. I plunked my bag on the lone chair, not willing to trust the patchy ground, and carefully sat on the corner of the bed. I had a bad experience with bedbugs once, and that was in a quality hotel. I didn't want to think of what could be hiding in the scratchy sheets here. I sighed and took stock. Had my life really come to this? Staying in a gross motel in New Mexico on some crazy ghost hunting expedition? Things always sounded cooler before you actually lived them. We hadn't even seen any ghosts, and already I had the creeps, which explained why I jumped out of my skin a bit when there was a sudden knock at the door. I got up and peered through the peephole. My heart eased as I saw Dex, though I wasn't quite sure who else it would have been. I opened the door. He leaned against the frame, not moving. He looked a bit stoned. His eyes were glazed and looking past me at some blank spot on the bed. A toothpick jutted around lazily in his mouth. Hey, good hotel pick, by the way, I joked. I was thinking we could put our beds beside each other and race down the hallway. Might cost a couple of bucks extra, though. He grinned. Were you coming on to me? I wasn't, but I felt heat come to my cheeks anyway. I rolled my eyes. What do you want?
Just checking up on you,
he said defensively. That's considerate. What's wrong with you? The glaze left his eyes for a second before he laughed it away.
Okay, suit yourself. Thought you might have wanted some company.
Was he coming on to me? I narrowed my eyes, studying him. I can't say the thought didn't entice me, but aside from his languid gaze, I couldn't pick up on anything different. It was just Dex, standing seductively in the doorway of my seedy motel room. Okay, you can see why I would naturally jump to such conclusions. And suddenly, while this dialogue was going on inside my head, I realized the situation had become awkward. At least for me, anyway. Dex didn't seem disturbed in the slightest. Regardless, he said,
anyway, we'll be setting off at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The town of Red Fox is about a 2 or 3 hour drive from here. Just be ready and primped and all that before then.
Do you think I'm going to get much sleep or primping done in this place?
He laughed. Princess, I don't care.
See you in the morning. And with that, he spun around and walked to his room next door. I heard his door close. I slowly shut mine and felt incredibly alone. And miffed. Princess? Who did he think he was? I turned and nervously eyed the bed. I decided to sleep on top of the sheets that night. Chapter 4. The day was already hot and arid, even at 8 a.m. The hotel manager said they were having an unseasonably warm fall, and we would probably approach the upper 90s later that afternoon. As I stood outside by the Jeep and waited for Dex to finish up paying for the rooms, I welcomed the impending heat. I think it was the Pacific Northwest in me. Most of the year, we were enveloped in depressing dampness, so I soaked up every warm opportunity I had. The sun sat loftily above the mountains, its sharp light clearing the cobwebs from my foggy head. I was running on very little sleep. When I wasn't freezing cold from the room's aircon, which just wouldn't shut off, I was dreaming about bedbugs or some coyote zombies. After last night's incident, and I'm sure there will be many of them, I convinced myself coyote zombies were an actual thing. It wasn't long before Dex emerged from the office and made his way out toward me. He had black shades on, a plain black t-shirt that fit him perfectly, and black cargo shorts. Against the dry backdrop, he bared a resemblance to an emo man in black. "The desert seems to suit you, Mr. Cash," I said, smiling. He didn't smile back. He went straight for the back of the Jeep and started rifling through his bag in the trunk. I peeked over as he frantically started dumping stuff everywhere, searching for something. "Is everything okay? Did your credit card not go through?" There was no way I could afford to pay for us, even for this dump. He quickly shook his head.
"That's all fine."
He sighed loudly and stood up, his hands pressed against the sides of his head. The next words out of my mouth were going to be, "What is it?" But there was something hostile about his current crisis. I decided not to say anything and see what would happen. I bit my lip, looked away at the mountains, and kicked up the dust on the ground with my vintage cowboy boots. He exhaled again, almost like he was begging me to say something, then quickly turned and ran back into the hotel. He went past the lobby, I guess to the room. It was obvious that he had forgotten something. I looked in the back where his bag had expunged its bowels. The things were scattered everywhere, but as far as I could make out, all of the camera equipment was present. And he had packed several pairs of underwear. Boxer briefs, in case you were wondering. I know I had been. If we had our gear and were able to pay for the hotel, I wasn't sure what he was freaking out about. So I just leaned back against the Jeep, the hot exterior already singeing my skin, and waited. I was determined not to freak my own self out just because Dex had lost something important. Lately, when I found myself getting panicky over other people, I started reminding myself that it wasn't my problem.
"We've got a problem,"
Dex said as he came out of the building, his jaw stern, eyes hidden by the shades. My heart did a few slow thumps. Spoke too soon. What? I asked slowly. He pointed to the door.
Never mind, let's just get going. Can't do anything about it right now.
I exhaled and shook my head at him as I got in the car. He didn't notice. I waited for him to say something, but about 5 minutes into the drive, he seemed more interested in popping his CDs into the player. As he fumbled for a Deftones album, I caught a shimmer from his left hand. I looked closer. He had a friggin' ring on his ring finger. It looked exactly like a wedding band. My heart went thump-a-thump again. Only the feeling was much more devastating than anything else that caused my chest distress in the past 24 hours. Did Dex get married over the past few weeks? I didn't even know he was engaged. He had always referred to Jen as his girlfriend. I felt stupid and naive and a bit sick. I couldn't help my feelings. It was now obvious that I liked him a lot more than I had let myself believe. If he was married now, I just felt like it was all over. My despair surprised me. I think he must have noticed the sudden weight of my mood because he gave me a curious look.
What? I know you love Gino.
I shook my head slowly, though yes, I did love the Deftones singer, and nodded at his left hand. How could I not have noticed it yesterday? He looked down at it and wiggled it around in the air. It was a hefty platinum ring and looked handsome on his long fingers.
Oh, you like it? I'm not much of a ring man, but I thought it looked passable.
When did you get married? I asked, my voice a little squeakier than I would have liked. He raised his glasses on top of his head and stared into my eyes. His own looked red and a bit wired. He searched me earnestly for a moment before a smile slowly broke across his wide mouth.
You're kidding, right?
He asked. I didn't know. I shrugged, confused. He laughed and put his sunglasses back on.
Okay, kiddo. I guess now's the time to fill you in on some things.
Yes, please. He reached into his pants pocket with his other hand and fished around for something. I watched, still, but my heart was doing somersaults inside.
Put out your hand,
he said. I put out my right one. He took my left one instead, flipped it palm down, and slid a ring over my own ring finger. I looked down. It was a pretty silver ring with a solitary pear-cut diamond on it. I didn't know what to say, or think. What the hell was going on? I felt the tiniest flicker of a shameless, hopeful thought forming at the back of my head.
Now we are betrothed,
he announced, which only caused the flicker to flame. Was the only response I had.
Funny, I thought you'd be more into it than that,
he joked. I stared at the ring, then at him, and then at the ring again. This isn't exactly filling me in on anything. I would have remembered if we had gotten married, I finally managed.
Well, it would depend on how drunk you were.
I gave him an impatient look. The flame was going out. He smiled at me and shook his head.
Okay, well, here's the thing. We're gonna have to be married for the next couple of days. Hope that's okay with you.
And if it's not, tough tits. Why?
The house, the people we are staying with in Red Fox, the people with the ghost problem, are a devout Christian couple.
I thought they were Native American.
They are, but converted to Christianity, I guess. Anyway, the only way they said they'd let us stay with them is if we were married. And so I told them no problem, we were. We've been married 3 years.
This is not going to go well. I was a good liar when I had to be, but I always got the feeling that people could see straight through me. It was probably a confidence thing. Not only that, but Dex and I were not even a couple. I didn't see how anyone would possibly buy that we were husband and wife. The scheme seemed cooked up out of a Three's Company episode, and we all knew how those ended.
You'll be Perry Foray.
That sounds way too much like Perry Farrell, I said.
Then it'll be easier for you to remember.
He turned his attention back to the dry, endless road and turned up the stereo as if to signify the conversation was over. I will admit that I was feeling a lot better about this scenario than the other scenario, that he had gotten married to Jennifer, but I reached over and turned down the volume. He looked ticked, but I figured if we were fake married, I could start acting more like a bossy wife. What was the other thing? I asked. He shrugged. I don't know. I sighed. You lost something. Said you'd tell me about it in the car. We are in the car? The marriage thing obviously wasn't it, so what was it? Are we getting divorced now, too? He briefly bit his lip. If I could see his eyes, they probably would have been roaming fretfully. Finally, he said, yeah, well, that's not a big deal. You said it was a problem. It's my problem. Well, I couldn't help but smile. Now that we're married, your problem is my problem. A wry tug at his lips. Oh, is that how relationships work? I hear the good ones do. He nodded, looking serious, and said, I forgot my medication. His medication? Dex's pills that kept him on an even keel. At least that's how I understood it. As I said earlier, all I knew was that he was bipolar or something akin to that, but I had yet to really understand what that meant with him. Oh, okay. Can't you go to a drugstore and get a refill? No, he said simply. I'm sure if they called your doctor, they could do a transfer or something. No, not these pills. Uh-huh. Not only did he forget them, but they seemed to be ultra top secret medication as well. Why did everything have to be so difficult with him? Are you gonna be okay? He shrugged, which didn't really assuage my fears. I don't know. I've only been on these pills, well, since we last saw each other. Did I drive you to new medication? You could say that. It didn't seem like he was joking. Gee, thanks, I said, mildly hurt. Though this was nothing new, it didn't help to hear it from him. What was it about me that drove people up the wall? He gave me a quick smile. Don't flatter yourself, kiddo. There was a lot going on. And anyway, I think our whole, situation was enough to cause anyone to reevaluate things. Didn't you start to question whether you were losing your mind after the lighthouse? You know, almost dying at the hands of a, thing? Before I had time to think, I said, yeah, but you were losing your mind way before that. He stiffened at that remark. I'm sorry, I said quickly. He raised his hand to shut me up. The point is, he continued, I thought I should be in a better frame of mind if we were to continue to do this whole fucking circus, so no, I haven't been on them long enough to miss a dose and know what happens if I do. But if it's anything like before, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I still felt uneasy. You're not gonna murder me in my sleep, are you? Maybe, he said, not smiling. It'll be easy to do since we'll be sharing the same bed. I expect you'll put out now. He looked at me, mouth shut and taut. I assumed he was kidding, but there was always a tiny part of me who never knew what to believe. I swallowed hard and turned my attention to the landscape that was becoming more rugged and blistering as we drove on. Out of the corner of my eye, I eventually caught Dex grinning. Of course it was a joke. I felt like this might be the longest weekend of my entire life. 2 miserable hours later, we pulled into the sleepy, somewhat desolate town of Red Fox. The air conditioning in the car decided to putz out 30 minutes into our drive, which meant that the last 2.5 hours we had the windows down, but with the outside temps, it didn't do anything to cool us. It was like having a hot blow dryer on your face. My hair was an absolute rat's nest, tangled to shed. My face was as dry as the cracked desert floor that tumbled by monotonously, and my entire back was soaked with sweat. Dex didn't look so good either. He was getting a bit twitchy and irritable, which I would have before attributed to driving in an oven, but now that I knew about his pill situation, I couldn't help but keep that in mind. He knew it too. He kept nervously glancing at me from time to time, wiping the sweat off of his brow and flinging it out the window. Dry, rolling ranches dotted with sheep and cows announced our arrival into the township. As we got farther in, the acres were replaced with a simple mix of adobe storefronts with for-lease signs, peeling bungalows with broken fences and rusted bicycles, and a scattering of crooked trailer homes. I'd never been in the Southwest before, but from what I gathered, this looked like a forgotten town, where residents clung desperately to their roots, no matter how badly the rest of the world moved on. There were quite a few Native Americans driving around in faded trucks or strolling the streets nonchalantly. The heat didn't seem to affect them in the slightest. We drove through the dusty streets, over the gritty pavement and potholes, until we came to a low wood building at the edge of town. It reminded me of that last structure of civilization that always sat at the edge of an old West Main Street. Indeed, there wasn't much beyond the building except the highway, an endless scrub which stretched into the surrounding mountains. Dex drove up beside a weathered Ford truck and put the car in park. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. A bead of sweat dripped down his nose. I peered at the building. A small, hand-painted sign said Rudy's Place, and beside that a neon Budweiser logo. A bar. It wasn't even noon, but Dex drove us straight to the right place. Suddenly, nothing seemed as important as a cold, refreshing beer. "You read my mind," I told him. He didn't open his eyes or wipe away the sweat droplet, which now hung from the tip of his nose. It started to bug me. Without thinking, I reached over with my hand and wiped it off. To his credit, Dex didn't flinch. He opened his eyes, though, and gave me a strange look. "We're meeting someone here," he said in a tone that insinuated I should know. "Whatever, I can't sit any longer." I rolled up the window, grabbed my purse, and stepped out of the car. I had no idea who we were meeting. I just needed to get out of the car, even though being outside wasn't much better. It was absolutely sweltering. You know when people tell you it's okay because it's a dry heat? That's bullshit. 100 degrees dry is still 100 degrees, and I was sweating like a pig. I stretched my legs back and forth and tried to take in a breath of fresh air, but all I got was dry dust. Pretty pale pink adobe house across the street caught my eye in a weird way. There wasn't anything really unusual about it, except for surprisingly colorful flowers adorning the sides. It would have been a soothing sight among all the dirt, except for 7 large crows perched ominously in a dead tree in the front yard. It was such a weird contrast. Perhaps that's why I felt drawn to it. The murder seemed like a black blot on the smooth facade of the only nice building in town. And then a movement at the window of the house caught my eye. There was someone standing there, watching me, watching us. I wished the glare of the window wasn't obscuring so much, but from what I could make out, it was a woman. A woman in a long, poofy, shiny gown with... I stopped myself. It couldn't be, could it? I squinted, straining against the sun. It looked like there were multicolored dots or pompons on the dress, scattered throughout. I had seen that before. It made my ears ring and my blood whoosh loudly in my head. "Hey!" Dex's voice broke into my trance. I looked behind me. He was standing by the door, beckoning me over to the bar with his finger, as if he had been waiting a while. Though maybe he had. I looked back at the house. The woman in the clownish dress was gone. Only the crows remained, as if they were her loyal guardians. I waited a few beats before walking back to Dex. He took off his sunglasses, shoved them in his pocket, and peered at me. "You okay there, kiddo?" I nodded, knowing there was no use explaining what I probably didn't see. "It's hot." He gave me the once-over. "You can't handle the heat, huh?" As if he could. His shirt was clinging to him, to his pecs, nicely. His hair was a damp mop on his forehead, and if it wasn't for his telltale smirk, I would have thought he was close to passing out. I crossed my sweaty arms and nodded at the glass door. The layer of grime gave no glimpse to the inside. "So, who are we meeting here?" "An old friend." "Of mine?" He rolled his eyes. "Max, my old friend Max. He was the guy who told me about this place." "How do you know him?" Dex squinted off into the distance, pursed his lips slightly. "In college, we were in the same band." "Sing Sin Sinatra," I said excitedly, remembering that he used to be a singer in a lounge rock band. He never talked about it much, and there were no YouTube clips, so I didn't know too much about them, but I did know he had an amazing voice. No surprise, considering how sexy his gravelly speaking voice was. Did I say sexy? Whoops. He looked a bit chagrined, maybe a bit annoyed. "Yeah, that was it. He played bass. We lost touch, but, found each other and shit on Facebook. Turns out these days he's a,
Well, I'll just come out and say it. A ghost whisperer. I raised my brows. Aren't we considered that? He smiled and fished out a piece of Nicorette gum out of his pocket. He started chewing it faster than he should have. Old friend or not, Dex didn't like talking about him. Or maybe it was the past he didn't like talking about. This guy is supposedly a real ghost whisperer, he said between chews. He's kind of for hire. People call him when they want someone to talk to their dead loved ones. Are you serious? His mouth slowed down. I am serious. Doesn't mean I think he's legit. He looked around him and peered through the door before continuing, voice lowered. Actually, I think he's full of shit. But he called me here, and I don't think he would have done that for nothing. And with that, he spit out his gum and opened the door to the bar. After you. I walked into the bar. It was dark, very dark, with shades pulled down on most of the streaky windows. It was probably to keep the heat out, and it was doing a fine job, along with the various huge wooden fans that whirred creakily from the ceiling. It gave the place a rather morbid, squalid feel. A woman stood behind the bar, serving a beer to a man who looked like Will Ferrell's old prospector from Saturday Night Live, complete with filthy hat and denim jacket. The bartender paused, looking us up and down before giving the man his drink. She was tall, pushing late 30s, weathered, and no nonsense. She regarded us very cautiously, with no hint of hospitality. Dex came in beside me and gave the woman a quick wave and smile. Good afternoon. We're here to meet someone. She didn't say anything, but her eyes shifted to the left. To the left we looked. That part of the bar opened up into a much larger area. There were a couple of pool tables, an ancient pinball machine, scattered tables and chairs, a sawdust floor, lazily placed barrels for ambiance, and a row of booths. In the last booth sat a tall man, the only other person in the bar. I looked at Dex and whispered, "Is that him?" Dex stared at him and didn't mutter a word, but I could see the recognition in his eyes, the wheels turning. We'd found him. Max looked down at the table, writing something with care. He had earphones on, so he probably didn't hear us come in, but from the engrossed look on his face, he probably wouldn't have noticed anyway. He was rather attractive. My first thought was that he looked like a ginger rockabilly. He had red hair pushed back into a top-heavy coif, thick lips that were ready to snarl. I couldn't see his eyes properly, but I bet they were green. He was wearing a faded blue flannel shirt that fit his wide frame nicely and gave him a wholesome look that stood out in this joint. Light spilled in from the window next to him, showcasing the dust that floated around his head. Dex cleared his throat nervously and walked toward him. I followed, wondering if this was going to be awkward somehow. Max looked up as Dex approached and immediately grinned. He threw his earphones on the table with a clatter and leaped up. Standing in front of us, I could see how tall he really was, a big, barrel-chested thing of a man. "Well, look at what the cat dragged in," Max exclaimed, and embraced Dex in a bear hug that nearly picked him up off the ground. I couldn't see Dex's face, but he had to be uncomfortable. He didn't seem like a public affection kind of guy. They parted, the dust swirling around them. "Good to see you, Max," he said. "It's been a while." Dex sounded a bit melancholic. Max continued to smile, but his eyes fell a bit. I felt like I was intruding on something out of the past. A lot of baggage hung in the air between them. "It's been too long," Max said carefully, still with a grin. He had a creamy southern drawl. "Just long enough." They both smiled at each other with a tinge of shame. Maybe I was imagining that, though. Either way, I was starting to feel shy and out of place. I looked behind me at the bartender. She was watching us all intensely. She caught my eye, moved over to a radio, and flicked a switch. Radar Love came blaring on the speakers. It took me a second to realize the bar must have been dead quiet before. "Max, this is Perry," I heard Dex say. I turned and gave the tall redhead a smile. "Nice to meet you, Max." I offered him my hand, which he took and shook between his two large hands. I couldn't help but stare at them. Nice hands, nice forearms, no wedding ring. Then I remembered that I had one on my own damn hand. "You can call me Maximus, please," he implored. I looked up at him. I was right. He had very nice, bright green eyes. Dex snorted. Maximus. You hated that name. Maximus let go of my hand and answered Dex while looking at me. I hated a lot of things when I was young and stupid. Anyway, Dex interjected. Shall we get down to it? You're in quite the rush, aren't you? Maximus pondered, more of a statement than a question. He was right. Dex was looking agitated. The toothpick was back in his mouth again. I felt a rush of sympathy, remembering his medication problems, so I touched Dex's shoulder and gently pushed him to the booth. Why don't you boys sit down while I get us all beers, okay? My treat. I smiled broadly at them, trying to dissipate the tension that seemed to be emanating from Dex. Why, thank you, Perry, Maximus drawled. That's mighty kind of you, shit. I giggled internally at the sound of his drawl and made my way over to the bar. I didn't really have the extra cash, nor did I want to deal with the bartender, but I had to do something. Besides, I wanted a beer from the moment we pulled into this desolate town. Luckily, the bartender was pleasant enough to serve me my 3 beers. She didn't make any small talk, but neither did I. When I got back to the table, I was relieved to see that they weren't involved in any intimate conversation. I plunked the beers down in front of them, and Dex visibly relaxed. I motioned for him to scoot over so I could sit down, and he did. Cheers, Maximus said, holding up his beer. We all clinked. 2 new beginnings, Dex said. Ain't that the truth? I muttered. I didn't want to be reminded of how new everything was for me at this moment. Not just the here and now, but what waited for me back at home. Uncertainty. It had been pawing at my subconscious all day long. And at that, I took the longest swig of my beer. Nothing has ever tasted so good in my life. I put the bottle down, surprised to see it half gone already. Everyone else's was as well. We're gonna need more beer soon, I reckon, Maximus laughed. This time I'm buying. I'm counting on it, Dex said. In the meantime, why not fill Perry in on a little of what's going on? I haven't told her too much. Maximus nodded, his face growing more serious, but his eyes still frothy in the harsh afternoon light. Well, then, Perry, as you may or may not know, I'm a ghost mediator. I felt Dex kick me lightly under the table at that. Who helps people connect with their loved ones. Most of the time, they just want to know if they are okay, want to know if they are still remembered. I don't do anything special. I can't really pass on messages like people seem to think. All I can do is go to a place where someone has died and get a sort of life energy from that spot. I don't know how to explain it scientifically. Hell, it would all be considered hooey to most people. But I feel like when people die, the act of death itself leaves a magnetic mark. Somehow I'm able to see and feel this mark. I can know how they died, how they felt at the time, and right before. I was trying to keep an open look on my face while listening to this, in case he thought I was being judgmental. But it was hard not to be, even though in the context of what I've been through, it was actually perfectly logical. So you can't really communicate with them, the dead, I said. No, it's a one-way street at best. But most people still ask me to tell the dead things. I don't argue, it's money. He shrugged, then continued. And it's because of that belief I get most of my business. I helped a widower with her late husband a while back. Nothing unusual. The man just had a heart attack. But she wanted to know if he felt loved. It seems they had an argument earlier that day about something stupid like the dishes or something. The man didn't die happy, I can tell you that much, but I didn't tell her that. No one dies happy. I felt Dex tense up beside me. I stole a quick glance at him. He was peeling the label off his perspiring bottle. I had an abstract thought about sexual frustration, then turned my attention back to Maximus. But from what I felt, he had lived a pretty fulfilled life, and he loved his wife, I guess, so that's what I told her. She told a lot of people she knew, including one of her cousins, Will Lancaster. Will lives here in Red Fox. Called me about a week ago about a disturbance at his ranch. It's sort of your stereotypical haunting stuff, if you ask me. Rocks being thrown at the window and roof, doors slamming shut, the feeling of being watched, sheep carcasses turning up all bloodied and disfigured, crows flying through the house. I shuddered at the mention of crows. I looked out the window to the house across the street, and sure enough, they were still there, that black blot on the dead tree. Maximus followed my gaze and nodded. So I went there and tried to do a reading to figure out what was going on. Wasn't much help. Will was scared, clearly, but ashamed of it. He's a big Navajo man. He didn't like to admit to his ranch hands that he brought me there, let alone his wife. Sarah, she's blind, and, well, you're kind of a bitch. Dex laughed. I wanted to, but felt like I should admonish him. Maximus caught my eye sheepishly. Well, it's true. Lordy, but she did not want me there. And she's not going to want you there, so I'm warning you now. Fabulous, I sighed. So, what did you find? Nothing. He held up his earphones, which were connected to an MP3 device. I've been going back and listening to my notes, our conversations. Nothing died in there, that's the problem. I couldn't pick up on anything at all. He leaned across the table and lowered his voice. But I'll tell you this, there is something strange going on. I don't know what, but that's why you're here now. Dex finished the rest of his beer. I looked at him for his opinion, but he wasn't very forthcoming. He just tapped his foot on the floor to the beat of an unknown song. So, how do we begin? I asked. Well, for starters, I was hoping that Rudy would be here, but he's not in until tomorrow night. I raised my brow. Rudy owns the bar, he explained. He's also a guy who knows a lot of people, has lived here his whole life, and has seen a lot of things. A lot of things. So, we come back here tomorrow night, and what do we do until then? Dex impulsively reached over and grabbed my left hand and displayed it for Maximus to see. Made an honest woman out of her, like you said. Maximus laughed and leaned back in the booth, giving me a wry look. Sorry about having to get you hitched to Dex here. Will and Sarah are fiercely Christian. At least Sarah is real old school. Now, I've dealt with a lot of religious mamas in Lafayette, but she takes the cake and pretty much walks around with a cross. She'd probably throw holy water on you if she found out you weren't actually married, two singletons sharing the same bed. Blasphemous shit. He laughed again and got up. Time for more beers. Jack Daniels. Dex shot at him. You owe me a double. Maximus waved him off and walked his hulking body over to the bar. I inched away from Dex to get a good look at him. He had the label off and was working at folding it into an origami figure. He looked pale. His eyes were burning holes into this project, his brow furrowed, jaw clenched, and toe tapping. Finally, he stopped, put down the paper, a bird of some sort, and closed his eyes. What is it? I looked behind me to make sure Maximus was at the bar, and satisfied, I leaned in closer to his ear. I just want to see how you were doing. He let out a chuckle. You care, suddenly. He was acting like a little boy, not the Dex I was used to seeing. Of course I care. I mean, I'm worried about you. The medication withdrawal, meeting an old friend. He's not a friend, he said. He picked up the origami bird and shoved it down the bottle of his empty beer. He took out a match from one of his pockets, lit it on the table, and dropped it in the bottle. The paper began to curl and smolder, smoke rising out of the neck. I watched, fascinated. What do you mean? I asked. You were in the same band, same school? He raised the bottle up and watched the smoke snake around. I don't have to tell you that it all means nothing, do I? I guess he didn't. I hated 90% of the people I went to school with. Well, okay then, I said, annoyed. I have to work with you for the next few days. I just want to make sure you're okay? I put my hand on his shoulder and squeezed it lightly. There was something so irresistibly vulnerable about him. He eyed my hand for a moment, then spat in the bottle to put out the flame. Pretty disgusting way to ruin a moment, Dex. He looked at me. Don't worry about me. Just worry about yourself. That was easier said than done. I am worried about myself, I blurted out. He raised his brow, the eyebrow ring glinting. I said too much. Now he looked concerned. Remember, I said I'd get to the bottom of you. I nodded and switched the subject. So, do you trust Maximus here? Dex held my eyes for a few beats. I could see he wasn't satisfied, but he looked over at Maximus, who was now walking back over. I don't trust anyone, Perry. Neither should you. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Your refreshments, Maximus said proudly, placing our drinks down. I think he knew we had been talking about him, but it didn't seem to bother him.
Wish I had that ability to just shrug things off like that. As we drank our drinks, the conversation shifted to more normal topics. Unfortunately, they were topics that seemed to make both Dex and me a bit apprehensive. I was asked a lot about my life, what I did, my family, my personal life. I felt like I lied through all of it, even when I told the truth. Guess I was just so used to it now. Dex could tell, too. He was watching me, which made me even more nervous. I'm not sure why I still felt like I had to lie and pretend everything was peachy back at home, but there it was. It was like I had more power in the lie. Then Maximus told us a bit about what he had been doing after college and how he got into the business of ghost mediating. Apparently he always had the gift, I guess you could call it, but just thought he was a bit mad. But as interesting as it was to me, the more Maximus talked about the dead, the more annoyed Dex became. And any mention of their times together in college or the band were always approached with caution and tension. Dex reminded me of the sketchy addicts that wandered around in Portland's Chinatown. Thankfully, by the time Dex finished his Jack Daniels, straight up, by the way, and we talked about the show and what we wanted to do with it, he had loosened up considerably. I, on the other hand, hadn't. I felt more apprehensive about Dex with each passing hour. I wasn't sure if I could trust Maximus, though I wanted to. I thought the whole married couple staying with a blind bitch and a poltergeist was ridiculous, and I was freaking starving. The only thing I had eaten that day was a bag of chips I pilfered from the hotel's vending machine. The beers went straight to my head at a time when I needed clarity. The heat didn't help either. When it was time to roll, we got back into the Sweatmobile, dropped Maximus at his hotel, and followed his truck out of town and into the Rocky Hills, until we came to a sprawling ranch. We had arrived. Chapter 5. The Lancasters' ranch was spread over a variety of terrain: flat desert, scrubby valleys grazed by muddy-looking sheep and horses, low hills dotted with pine, building to a crooked mountain range topped with high alpine plants. It was beautiful, sprawling, and 100 shades of sienna. Fences of gnarled wood framed it all with a poetic bow. Past the gates with the stereotypical overhanging ranch sign, the Lancasters, an open cattle grate, there were 2 barns and various sheep-related chutes and shelters, plus the main house. The farm looked deserted and down at its heels, but given the rest of the town and the harsh surroundings, that didn't really surprise me. I looked over at Dex as he drove our car over beside Maximus's and parked it at the side of the house. His eyes were alert and searching, probably thrilled that the location was so photogenic and charismatic. We stepped out of the car into the dust and walked over to Maximus. He gave us a cautionary look and glanced up at the house. There was a woman standing at the second-story A-frame window. I couldn't see her clearly from our angle, but it seemed she wasn't actually looking at us, but rather past us at the farm. If that was the blind woman, Sarah, then it made perfect sense. It also gave me the creeps.
"Hello there,"
a deep voice called out from behind us. We turned to see a lumbering native fellow coming toward us from across the paddock, wiping his dusty hands on the sides of his faded jeans. Maximus gave the man a quick wave and spoke to us out of the side of his mouth.
"That's Bird, the main rancher."
Bird stopped in front of us, greeted Maximus like he was an old friend, and set his eyes on Dex and me. He was about the same height as Maximus, but despite Maximus's breadth, Bird made him appear tiny. He was built like an ox, but with sincere dark eyes, and when he said he was glad to finally meet the famous duo, I could tell he meant it. My hand disappeared into his when he shook it, but it left me feeling safe, something I hadn't felt yet on this trip. Bird eyed the house and smiled at us.
"I think Sarah is having her afternoon nap. This is usually the time that Will does some work around the house. You know, time to himself. I can give you a tour of the ranch first. There will be plenty of time to unpack after."
I looked at Dex. Should we bring the camera? He looked at Maximus, who in turn looked at Bird. Bird laughed.
"She's an eager one. It's probably best to leave that for afterwards. Some folks here can be a bit, picky."
His expression on the word picky made me pause. Hesitation noted. We followed Bird across the dusty paddock and around the side of the larger barn. In the shade of the roof's overhang, a diminutive man of Latino descent was bent over a bench, hammering some nails into the horn of a western saddle. He didn't look up, even when we had all stopped in front of him. Bird cleared his throat. "Miguel?" Miguel paused ever so slightly, but kept working for a minute, either to finish the job or to make us wait. He eventually looked up. His eyes were narrow, as if he was prepared to hate us off the bat. His lips set in a dry, straight line that a crowbar couldn't have pried open. This must be the picky one. I'm sure that if we had had the camera out, we would have gotten a good Cameron Diaz-style paparazzi beatdown. "Miguel." Bird cleared his throat again. Even though he was 3 times the size of Miguel, it seemed like Bird was a little afraid of him. Miguel looked straight into Bird's eyes. "What do you want?" I'm not sure if it was my imagination or not, but I could have sworn Miguel gripped the hammer tighter. "These are Maximus's friends, Perry and Dex," Bird said quickly, with a loud, forced friendliness. "The ghost hunters, yes?" Miguel said with a trace of amusement. Not the funny kind. He gave Maximus and Dex a quick, dismissive glance and set his sights on me. His expression changed from annoyed to predatory. "So, you're the girl, yeah?" He snarled at me and looked me up and down. Now, I know I was looking all shades of hell, which made his lustful gaze even more disturbing. I guess I didn't get many women out here. "Easy, Miguel," Bird cautioned. Miguel took a quick step toward me, an uncanny sense of speed at his disposal. He was just inches away, smelling like sweat, dirt, and beer. I tried not to look at him, but he made it impossible. Then he smiled. "You won't last a day," he said slowly, exaggerating each word. He leaned in further. I wasn't sure if he was coming to kill me or kiss me. Before I could get out of his way, an arm shot out around me and pulled me to the side. It was Dex, and I was snugly pressed up against him. "My wife would last longer than any of us," Dex challenged. The term wife was jarring to my ears. I had forgotten all about that again, but I was immediately grateful for my fake husband. He was smiling broadly at Miguel, but his eyes meant business. "Be still, my heart." Miguel scoffed and turned back to his saddle. "Just keep out of my way, Birdie." Bird nodded grimly and pointed at the smaller barn, which was down a bit of a slope and surrounded by spindly corrals. "Okay, let's go see Sean with the horses. He's a bit more welcoming than Miguel here." He walked off, and Maximus followed, giving Dex a shrug by way of explaining the situation. Dex took no notice. He kept his arm around me, watching Miguel hammer back at the saddle. He didn't look up. I wanted to get the fuck out of there, but apparently Dex was feeling a bit confrontational. There was now something equally intense in his eyes as there had been in Miguel's. I'd seen that look a few times before. I poked him in the side, gestured at Bird and Maximus, and tried to walk in that direction. His arm held me in place, then relented, and off we went. We didn't say anything to each other, and as we neared the horse barn, he took his arm off me. I felt both vulnerable and free. We followed the tall frames of Bird and Maximus into the barn. The happy smell of horses and hay contrasted with the musty darkness. We walked down a row of empty stalls, the doors covered with heavy cobwebs, the interiors looking strangely damp. One stall had a lone lit bulb that was swinging subtly back and forth, casting an eerie moving glow on the cruddy walls. I poked my head through the stall, expecting to see an impatient horse inside. There was nothing. But something in the shadows caught my eye. It was like the shadows were moving. Was it a trick of the light? My eyes? I tried to focus until I picked out a shape. I saw a pair of yellow eyes, low to the ground. I would have screamed at the sight or moved or something, but all I could do was stand there and stare. I felt like I couldn't look away even if I wanted. Then they slowly faded into the blackness. It was like they were never there to begin with. With them gone, I felt the weird, trance-like sensation leaving my body. I took my head out of the stall and looked down the dark corridor at the 3 guys. I saw Dex looking in my direction, but I couldn't see his expression. "Sean?" Bird called out, his voice echoing against the wood walls. No response. Bird walked farther on and said it again. "Hello." A raspy voice whispered beside me. I jumped at the sound and jumped again when I saw a man standing in the stall where I was just looking. I almost screamed. In fact, I thought I had screamed, but it was caught in my throat and expanded there silently. The man was only a foot away from me, but again I had trouble focusing on him, as if he was buried in the shadows. His face was blank, devoid of expression, and at times seemed featureless. But that was ridiculous. He had features. He had a flat nose, a pointy chin, scraggly hairs that made up a beard, black, low brows, and high cheekbones. He was maybe 50 years old. He was also native, Navajo, I was guessing, with dark reddish skin. I could see these things clearly when I made myself, but it took effort. When I relaxed my eyes, it was like his features went back to mask-like putty. It was the strangest thing ever. No stranger, though, than his eyes. They weren't mean like Miguel's had been, but they were hypnotizing. Shades of green, amber, and streaks of vibrant yellow made their way to a pinpoint pupil. Maybe these were the eyes I had just seen in the stall, even though that was impossible. "Sean!" Bird boomed out. I jumped again. Bird, Maximus, and Dex were right beside me. Bird was smiling at Sean pleasantly, but Dex and Maximus were staring at me wild-eyed. "Are you okay?" Maximus asked me skeptically. I nodded with some effort. Then I realized why they were staring at me so strangely. I looked down. My hands were up around my throat, as if I was choking myself. I delicately removed them, each finger coming off the grooves on my cold neck, my heart pounding in my chest. I was scared shitless. What the fuck was I just doing? Bird smiled uneasily at me. "Have you got a sore throat?" I cleared my throat, afraid I was unable to speak, but a meek, "That must be it," came out from my lips. I looked at Dex. He didn't look as concerned as the others. He just looked full-on mistrustful of me, as if I had the plague or something.
"Well, we've got a lot of teas that will fix you up in a second. Isn't that right, Sean?"
Bird asked. Sean slid the door open and stepped out into the hall. He nodded and smiled at me. In the light and reality, he looked like your normal rancher. Lean, relaxed, weather-beaten. His eyes were still peculiar and vivid enough, though, that I found myself avoiding them.
"We sure do."
Sean spoke with a gregarious, lightly accented voice.
"The Navajo have the real medicine. Don't trust any of that cheap garbage that Will might give you. He's lost the way." "Yeah, he got married."
Bird laughed, and Sean joined him. I didn't feel like laughing yet. In fact, I just wanted to get out of that barn and into the light. I smiled quickly at them. "I'm sure I'll be fine. It was nice to meet you, Sean. I need some fresh air. I think I'm allergic to hay." I coughed a little for effect, turned on my heel, and quickly walked out of the barn. I heard Dex mutter something, and Sean and Bird laughing along with him. I didn't care. Outside, the air was filled with swirling dust and wasn't exactly fresh, but it was dry, and the intense sunlight and overexposed landscape immediately made me feel better. I heard footsteps shuffling toward me from behind. I turned around thinking I'd see Dex, but it was Maximus kicking up the dust. He looked down at me, squinting in the light, and put one meaty hand on my shoulder.
"What happened in there?" he drawled.
I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe I really am allergic to hay." He squeezed my shoulder. It felt nice.
"No, I mean, why were you choking yourself? You picked the wrong place to try and get high."
I may have smiled. He had the same humor as Dex, and apparently way more concern. "I don't know. I didn't know I was doing that. I was just looking in the stall. I thought I saw something in there."
"Something?"
I wasn't about to tell him. Then I realized he, of all people, might understand. I thought I saw a pair of eyes, like, low to the ground. He took his hand off my shoulder and ran it through his shock of fiery hair and gazed off into the distance.
"What color were they?"
"Yellow," I said hesitantly. Then they disappeared. Then the Sean guy popped up, and then apparently I was choking myself. "You know as much as I do." He mulled that over. He seemed to be holding something back from me, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out what it was.
"Well," he said slowly, Strange things happen here, you can bet your mother.
And that's why we're here, I said. He smiled warily. He really was quite a handsome guy.
Just, be careful when you're here, especially when I'm not here.
I frowned. What do you mean by that? He shrugged, dust flying off his plaid-clad shoulders.
You're just gonna want someone capable on your side in this crazy land. If you have any doubts, just talk to Bird. I trust him.
I trust Dex, I said stubbornly. He scratched at his sideburn and looked wistful.
I know you do. I reckon that might be a problem.
How was that a problem? I opened my mouth to say something in his defense when Bird and Dex came out of the barn.
There you are, said Bird. I was afraid you wandered off somewhere.
Bird peered at me. On the surface, he played the concerned grandfather type, but deep in his eyes, I sensed an even deeper worry. Sometimes I saw that same thing in my mother's eyes.
Feeling better?
Well, no, not after what Maximus had just told me, but I said yes anyway. Dex was eyeing us suspiciously. He probably knew we were just talking about him. I glanced between the two ex-friends and knew that a phantom choking incident and a volatile rancher were going to be the least of my problems. Something obviously happened between these two guys, and the past wasn't having an easy time being buried. I had a feeling I'd find out by the time the weekend was over, and it wasn't going to come from Dex's mouth. Bird sensed something, too, or he had good timing.
So, what say we introduce you to the Lancasters and get the ball rolling?
We agreed and walked back to the house. The Bird stayed a few feet ahead. I had the boys on either side of me.
Hey, just remember,
Maximus whispered to us and pointed at his ring finger. Right, the married thing. Though Sarah was blind, she'd probably still see right through us.
Play it cool, he continued, and don't take anything she says personally.
We walked up to the porch and waited while Bird knocked a few times and waited with bated breath for this mysterious Sarah woman. The door opened and revealed a tiny, tawny-skinned woman in her midlife with sunglasses and a cane. She was wearing a very pretty green floral dress that complemented her black, bunned hair. I might have been expecting her to look like a witch.
Sarah, ma'am, I thought you were napping. Where's Will?
Bird asked apologetically. She snorted. How can I nap when I know strangers are snooping around my ranch? She looked at us, well, at least in our direction. It felt accusatory.
Sarah, these are strangers no more. You know Maximus.
Unfortunately, she snipped.
And the other two people here are Dex and Perry Foray. They've come on behalf of your husband.
I don't give a rat's ass why they are here, she muttered contemptuously, still looking straight at us. My husband should know better. Bird cleared his throat.
Well, they've come an awful long way to come meet with Will.
She dismissed us with a faint wave of her hand. I don't care. Send them back. I know Maximus had just said to not take it personally, but it was too late. I felt extremely uncomfortable. What if we came here for nothing?
Mrs. Lancaster, please,
Dex spoke up.
My wife and I have not come here to do any harm. We are here to help you. We implore your Christian hospitality to help us fight the good fight.
I looked up at Dex. He looked the part, brow softened, eyes pleading, voice rich and sincere. For good measure, even though she couldn't see it, he put his arm around me and squeezed. She frowned. I wished I could have seen underneath the oversized shades. Christian hospitality, you say? A dusting of amusement came across her face.
Sarah, what are you doing up?
A voice said from behind her. A stocky man of medium height and a double chin came out from the house. Will, I presumed. I was about to turn these vagrants away, but it was brought to my attention that it might be very unchristian of me. She laughed and headed back inside, as able-bodied as anyone. Will looked away sheepishly and took an awkward step toward us, hand extended. His handshake was clammy and quick.
I'm sorry, she's supposed to be napping. She hasn't been too happy with this whole experience that's been going on.
He looked at Maximus, who nodded knowingly, then at us.
You must be Dex and Perry. I've heard a lot about you two. Really, I am very glad that you are here. You must forgive Sarah. She's been dealt a few rough hands with life.
Hadn't we all?
I smiled anyway. Will seemed like a decent person. Thanks for showing them around, Bird, Will said to him respectfully. Bird showed his palm as if to say it was no bother. He tipped his cowboy hat at us. I'll be seeing you all soon. He walked back to the barn, leaving us alone with Will. Okay, then. He clapped his hands together. How about we get your stuff and show you to your rooms? Maximus, are you staying too? Dex and I both looked at him. He gave Will a quick smile. No, I'm booked in at the hotel. Wanted to give the happy couple some privacy. He locked eyes with me for a second. Suddenly, I felt like I couldn't let him go, but he looked away, walked over to his truck, and gave us a wave. Give me a call in the morning, Dex, he drawled before popping in the driver's seat and leaving us in the heat. Even with Dex beside me, I now felt dangerously alone. Chapter 6. Once Maximus left, Dex and I settled into the room Will and Sarah had assigned for us. It was small but homey, with a large queen bed and peeling periwinkle wallpaper. The rabbit-eared TV was on a handmade dresser, the same as the wardrobe and side tables, and matched the gnarled fence around the property. Turns out Will was quite the handyman and made most of the wood furnishings himself. I'll call you for supper, Will said before closing the door. I looked at Dex. He was lying on the bed, arms behind his head, fingers tapping on the top of his skull. His face was unreadable. Not gonna bother unpacking? I asked, and started to put my clothes away in the various drawers. He didn't say anything, just continued tapping. I didn't like it when Dex was in silent mode. It made everything more awkward, and sharing a room with him was already gonna be awkward to the max. I finished putting everything away and fixed myself up in the bathroom. It was quaint and clean, with its clawfoot tub and old sink. This look would totally be in vogue in any bed and breakfast. I looked at myself in the mirror, my first look this whole day. I looked tired, of course. There was a fine layer of dust on my hair. My lips and the skin around my nose were cracked beyond belief. I felt chagrined that I had walked around all day looking like this, especially around Maximus. Not that I was thinking or pursuing him in any way. Seriously, I wasn't. I just hated to think I looked like crap around tall, handsome men, even if they were gingers. Then there was Dex. He was acting peculiar. I guess no more so than usual, but I'll admit I was disappointed that he hadn't once asked if I was okay or expressed any interest in my well-being. Maybe it was the medication, or lack thereof. Maybe it was Maximus, or maybe it was something else entirely. After I slipped out of my sweaty, dirty clothes and plunked on light leggings and a flouncy jersey dress that I figured was flattering yet demure enough for a supposedly hardcore Christian couple, I stepped back into the room. Dex was still on the bed. He hadn't moved an inch. He was staring at a blank spot on the wall, still tapping away to an imaginary beat. What are you drumming to? I asked. He didn't look at me, just kept tapping away on his head. It was annoying, made even more so by the fact that I was trying to pick out the beat. It definitely wasn't Slayer. I sighed loudly and threw my dirty clothes across the room. They landed on the rocking chair in the corner, sending it to and fro with aged wooden squeaks. Still no response. My next move was strangely impulsive. I leaped onto the bed and straddled him. My arms took his out from behind his head and pinned them onto the bed. "Hey!" I yelled in his face. "Hubby!" He looked up at me, surprised and maybe a bit scared. I felt foolish for a second, but ignored it and plowed on. I pressed his hands further into the pillow and looked straight into his wavering eyes. "You're going to pay attention to me now, okay? Like it or not, and I know we don't like it, but I'm your fake wife, and we got a fucking job to do, so I would appreciate it if you could at least just acknowledge that I'm in the room with you. Okay, partner?" The fear slowly seeped off his face until I saw an expression I knew all too well. Sarcastic smile tugging at his mouth, brow aloof, eyes blasé. Of course, this regression back to quintessential Dex made the fact that I was just inches from his face and physically pinning him down on the bed very intriguing. And potentially embarrassing. My face was red hot in an instant. I shoved his hands again before coming off of him and sat on the far side of the bed. I eyed his reaction warily. He sat up slowly and let out a chuckle. He looked over at me and grinned. So, I guess there's no question as to who wears the pants in this relationship, huh?
I shrugged, exasperated. Just trying to get your attention. He nodded, closing his eyes briefly.
Sorry if I'm a little spacey.
He didn't finish. He didn't need to, but it still didn't explain everything. You didn't seem all that concerned with what happened to me in the barn, I couldn't help saying. His eyes grew darker, like a thundercloud had blocked out all light. He sat up straighter and leaned forward so he was closer to me. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out at first. He looked down at his hands and thought things through.
I'm sorry, he ended up saying.
That was it? There's something else, I said, prodding him. He sighed so lightly that it barely registered.
I don't know what to say, he said. You really gave me a fright.
I couldn't help but let out a laugh. I gave you a fright? Dex, 1 minute I'm looking into a horse stall, the next minute I find my own hands around my neck, and meanwhile my partner just stares at me like I'm the devil.
I didn't handle it very well, I know. I'm sorry, I'm not really sure what's going on with me at the moment. I don't feel like I'm processing things like I should.
It's 'cause you aren't on the pills, isn't it? He looked at me sharply. I thought he was going to say something biting, but he hesitated. His features relaxed.
It would seem so.
How are you feeling? He shook his head.
Not good enough.
Why wouldn't he open up to me? Talk to me, I implored. His lips grew tighter. I leaned in closer. Please? I said, trying to get him to relent. I peered at him hopefully. I know we don't know each other all that well. In fact, when I think I am finally getting to know you, you do something different, and I feel like I have to start all over again. And that's cool, I get it. I know I'm complicated, too. But please, you have to start talking to me. Even if we aren't friends, we're at least partners. Business partners. This project, this show, it means a lot to me. And I know it means a lot to you, too. And if it's gonna work out at all, you're gonna have to start trusting me. And I'll start trusting you. And that starts when we begin, communicating with each other. I gestured to the room, the waning afternoon light leaving long shadows on the walls. Look where we are. We're playing house with people we don't know in New Mexico. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I have bad vibes about this place. There's a woman who doesn't want us here, some Mexican guy who says I won't last a day. I saw some scary fucking shit in that barn. You've got your so-called ex-friend here who had to warn me about you. Warn you? He perked up, eyes blazing. And then I've got my partner who I'm sharing a bed with, who I don't actually know all that well, who is going through all sorts of problems of his own and not letting me in on any of them. If you can't talk to me, Dex, then I don't know who you can talk to. Maybe your girlfriend, but she's not here. I'm here. That says a lot, I think. I'm here and I need you to talk to me because this weekend is only going to get worse before it gets better. We both know it. I gulped in a bunch of air. It was exhausting saying all of this, but I felt relieved. I watched him carefully, pleading internally for my spiel to work, for him to just say something to me so I could understand. He was silent for a while, mulling things over, staring at a pattern on the duvet. Then he leaned in slightly, looking me straight in the eyes.
My heart is racing, constantly. I've got a bunch of irrational thoughts running through my head. I feel agitated, I feel impulsive, and I'm worried I can't control myself. I don't know what I want to do exactly, but I'm afraid to find out. I want to scream, I want to run around. Everything is rubbing me the wrong way. I also have a million bad feelings about this place that seem to quadruple by the minute. I want to get in the car and drive far away. I feel fucked up. I mean, really fucked up. But I also feel. See, I'm not used to that. And my mind is going a mile a minute, but it's fucking brilliant at the same time because I'm getting ideas, and these ideas want to make something out of this hellhole. I love it, and I hate it. This is how I'm feeling. I'm fighting it. I try to take that all in. Maybe you should just go with the flow? He smiled sarcastically, more for himself than for me. I don't think you'd like that.
How do you know?
Just a hunch. Well, I don't think you're going to want to hear this, but since I've said too much already, I'm a bit afraid of you.
My heart stuttered a bit, and I found my eyes narrowing involuntarily. It wasn't as insulting to hear as you might think, though. Probably because I was certain Dex had told me this before, back when we were investigating the lighthouse. "Why is it," I said calmly, looking away at the shadows on the wall, "that you always end up being afraid of me when there are other things to be afraid of?"
I know it doesn't make sense. I know you're not scary.
I rolled my eyes. Okay, I was starting to feel a little bit insulted. "Well, Maximus doesn't seem afraid of me," I said haughtily.
Dex didn't look amused. I know. That's because he wants to get in your pants.
I can't pretend the thought didn't intrigue me and pick me up a bit. What I really wanted to say was really, and pry him for information like a schoolgirl. But I didn't. "Very funny," was my reply.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect by it, and I know that's hard to believe coming from me. I think that contrary to what you may think about me, I, in the end, actually don't know that much about you. That doesn't help. I can see your brain going a mile a minute, too. I know you're thinking a bunch of different things, and that I'm not going to be on the receiving end of any of those thoughts."
Another intriguing thought. Did he want me thinking about him?
"I need you to talk to me, too," he finished.
"I am talking," I exclaimed.
"Not right now. You expect me to talk, to ask you things, but you don't do the same thing in return. You're such a typical female."
"Excuse me," I said, getting off the bed in a huff, arms crossed, trying to control my temper.
He smiled lazily. "Don't just yell at me. Tell me how you're really feeling."
Was he just fucking with me now? I felt myself snarling at him automatically. If he wanted to be afraid of me, fine. I'd give him something to really be afraid of.
"You see?" he said, getting out of bed and pointing his finger at me. "There you go. Your mind is racing. You're pissed off as fuck, plotting all these things you're going to do to me."
I would have chalked that up to paranoia, but he was right. He walked around the bed toward me. A jolt of apprehension ran through me and down my spine. What was he going to do? He came right up to me in the same manner that Miguel did, but put both of his hands around the small of my waist. He looked down into my eyes, his face only inches from mine. I stiffened up awkwardly. Was he going to kiss me? That's pretty much what had to happen. I swallowed hard, my sides rigid against his warm hands that reached the small of my back. And I was supposed to be the scary one here. I thought I might have just died of fright. I tried to keep my eyes unemotional, my face blank as his languid eyes roamed all over my face, making stops at my own eyes, at my cheek, at my lips. The corner of his mouth teetered, a smile appearing.
"So," he said throatily, "can you tell me what you're thinking right now?"
No, I couldn't. I couldn't tell him that all I wanted him to do was kiss me. I couldn't tell him that if he didn't let go of me in a few seconds, I'd be the one kissing him. I couldn't tell him that all I could think about was how I never wanted anyone so badly in my entire life. So I didn't tell him that. I had to play it cool. "I think you have the wrong idea, Dex," I said carefully, suddenly worried about my breath. He smiled and took his arms off of me.
"Probably. Though I'm just doing what you did to me. This is what I get for being impulsive. This is me going with the flow. You didn't like that, did you?"
I stared into his eyes, trying to figure out if he liked it. All I got was maybe. There was a knock at the door. We both jumped a bit and turned around. Will had opened the door and was peering in.
"Hello?"
He saw us by the wall and quickly looked away.
"Oh, I am so sorry. I was calling you and I didn't hear anything. So sorry." "Hey, Will," Dex called after him. "Don't worry about it. We were just discussing something. Come on in."
Will looked sheepish.
"Sorry, I should have waited. I forget what it's like to be young and in love. Supper's ready. We would love it if you'd come down and join us."
Dex nodded.
"Of course, we'll be right there."
Will nodded, smiling to himself or thinking he had interrupted some hanky-panky, and closed the door. Dex looked back at me. The extra space between us was a relief.
"I know your deepest secret fear,"
he spontaneously sang to me in his baritone voice, then twirled around the bed over to his suitcase and started unpacking. I had no idea what just happened. I stood there for a few seconds, not saying anything. Then Dex started to take off his pants. I stammered and started finding somewhere else in the room to rest my eyes.
"Oh, come on, wifey. I'm just in my boxers,"
I heard him say. That didn't make it any better. Still, I had to peek. They were blue, with stars on them.
"You've caught men with their pants down before, I hope."
Not the same, I thought. Then his shirt came off. I finally saw the rest of the tattoo that he had on his upper arm. It was a large black fleur-de-lis. He also had cursive writing tattooed across his chest, though I couldn't read it properly. I was surprised. And a bit turned on. Yes, again. I wanted to get a better look at it, to ask him about it, about both his tattoos, but his lightly defined abs were distracting me as well. I blushed despite myself. I had to get out of there before I said something stupid. "I'll see you downstairs," I said quickly and exited the room. I didn't want to face Sarah and the dinner table on my own, but it was looking like a better option. I gently closed the door on Dex and cautiously crept through the upper hallway toward the stairs. I wanted my presence minimized as I examined the hanging artwork and photos that adorned the walls. I found a lot of framed scripture, stereotypical phrases and prayers from the Bible, a few crosses and artwork as well. Most had a desert theme. There was nothing native or Navajo at all. I guess they really had turned their back on their roots. Not that I was one to judge, I just found it odd. But really, the whole situation was odd. I paused at the top of the stairs and took in a deep breath, preparing myself to deal with dinner with strangers. "Come on down already," Sarah's voice echoed from downstairs. How did she know I was standing there? "I can smell you," she said simply. That was kind of gross. Was she a mind reader, too? I made my way down the stairs and turned the corner into their rustic dining room. The table was long. Maybe it was supposed to seat a huge farm family, but luckily she and Will were at opposite ends at the head of the table and quite a distance from the places she set up for Dex and me. "Sorry," I said. "I was waiting for Dex." Will gestured to my seat, nervous but warm. "Please sit down, Perry." I smiled and sat down. The food was already served on the plates, corn niblets, gravy, chicken, and stuffing. Glad I wasn't a vegetarian. "Dex." Sarah sniffed. She was still wearing her frock, poised at the end of the table like she was putting on a show. "What kind of name is that, anyway?" "It's short for Declan," I told her. She snorted acerically. "It is not." I didn't want to argue with her over his name, so I told her the only thing I knew. Apparently his mom didn't know how to pronounce it properly. Didn't know? I took my chance to make her feel bad, as shameless as it was. "Yes, she's dead." The weight of my words made Will nod sadly, but Sarah wouldn't have any of it. "Your mother-in-law is dead? You lucky thing," she cackled. "That's every wife's dream." "Sarah," Will admonished from the other end, "have some respect." "Sorry," she said, looking at me or not with a saccharine smile. "I guess I have fantasies about Mrs. Lancaster going on her merry way." Okay, this was definitely getting uncomfortable. Where the hell was Dex? Not that I wanted him to walk into a conversation about his dead mother, but still. "Ignore her," Will said. "Dig in." I tasted some of the corn. So far, so good. "So, how long have you been doing your show?" Will asked. "Oh, we just started," I said slowly. I didn't like talking without Dex. It made me think our stories were going to get crossed at some point.
"Oh? What were you two doing before?" "I worked as a cameraman. Perry still works in advertising,"
Dex said, appearing out of the foyer's darkness. I wondered how long he had been standing there. It didn't matter. I was relieved. He sat down across from me.
"Sorry, Jen called."
My eyes were this close to popping out of my head because A, the mention of Jen sent my heart amok, and B, there shouldn't be a Jen in this scenario, so my reaction had to be as cool as possible. I looked at Will. Jen's our production manager. She's very uptight about how things get done. Some might say she's a skinny-ass bitch, I wanted to add, but I restrained myself. I didn't look at Dex in case that would have given anything away, but I could tell he was embarrassed by his slip-up. Pretending to be married was going to be hard. Neither Lancaster picked up on anything, being a ride, though, and we were able to eat without much incident, and with a lot of small talk. In fact, aside from a few hostile interjections from Sarah, dinner was actually quite pleasant, and by the end I felt a lot more at ease with the Lancasters and our situation. Well, that was until I heard more about our situation.
"It's really the sheep I am worried about," Will said, explaining the hauntings. "In a way, I can live with the stones being thrown at the windows and the animals running through the house. I just can't afford to lose any more sheep. We're struggling enough as it is here. The government does nothing to help."
Animals running through the house?" I asked. He shrugged. His weathered, jowly face looked nonchalant, but he couldn't hide the seriousness in his tone.
"Something running through the house. Sometimes it looks like people, sometimes it looks like animals. I can put up with it."
I couldn't help but chortle at the absurdity of that. "Yeah, but you shouldn't have to."
"Well, Maximus couldn't do anything to help me. If you guys can, I'd be much obliged."
"Oh, like they would help you." Sarah abruptly laughed. She had been silent this whole time except for the occasional disapproving stutter. I exchanged a look across the table with Dex.
"William, you are such the fool," she continued. "They don't want to help your problem. They want to profit from it."
To be fair, I found myself saying, he contacted us.
"Because that damn redhead told him to," she countered. "You're just gonna rape and pillage this farm and our lives, all for the sake of a little notoriety. You don't want to help us, and you can't. You're nothing but a bunch of hacks."
"So you think you do need help, then?" I said, surprised at my balls. She paused. My peripheral vision detected an uncomfortable glance between Will and Dex. The boys were staying out of it.
"I think my husband is losing it. I haven't seen anything running through the halls. And no, it's not because I'm blind. I can detect far more than you ever could with your eyes. But the sheep have been going missing and have been killed in, well, gruesome ways. And if that isn't enough to send a man and his bags packing for greener pastures of the mind, I don't know what is." And with that, she wiped her lips with her napkin and threw it on the table. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to bed. Having people in the house is tiring."
Will pushed his chair back and was ready to get up, but she whipped her cane in his direction.
"You stay. You know I'm fully capable. You don't need to make a show in front of your guests."
Will closed his eyes, muttered something to himself, and sat back down as Sarah went upstairs.
"Again, sorry," he said, fumbling for an explanation. "She just doesn't deal with new people very well, and she doesn't believe in ghosts or anything of the supernatural variety."
"That's okay," Dex said reassuringly.
"Most people don't. Even we have a hard time with it."
That was an understatement. Will nodded.
"Well, I'm glad then that you are here. I needed some proof that I wasn't going crazy."
I suddenly felt a flood of warmth toward him. "You aren't going crazy, Mr. Lancaster. We won't leave until we figure this whole thing out."
"Please call me Will, and thank you. It helps to hear that. So, Will, what have you been seeing? And when did it start?"
Dex prompted.
"And do you mind if I get my video camera?"
I had totally forgotten about the filming. Somehow it just felt wrong at this moment. Will, however, just lifted his hand and nodded.
"It's fine. I understand."
Dex left and quickly came back with his small camcorder in hand and some papers, much less intrusive than the big number he had filmed me with before. He walked over to Will and plunked the papers in front of him.
"I just need you to sign this. Basically that you don't object to being on camera, unless you do, which may make things a little trickier."
Will nodded and signed them after a slight hesitation.
Dex smiled. "Perfect. We'll see if we can get Bird and the others to sign off on them tomorrow as well. I'd like to interview them."
See, this is why Dex was in charge. I had no idea about these waivers and whatnot. Will looked skeptical.
"I don't know if Sean or Miguel will sign them, but you're welcome to try."
"I got the feeling Miguel won't be signing that," I said.
"Oh, you met Miguel already?"
"Yeah," Dex said as he sat down across from me and flipped on the camera.
"Charming fellow."
Will cleared his throat a few times.
"He's not easy to get along with, but he works hard, and he's easy to afford. In better times I wouldn't have him here, but, well, we don't have much choice. He's also had a tough life. It's hard to judge him."
Strange, it was easy for me to judge him. I gave Dex a quick look across the table, but he was fiddling with the camera.
And what is Sean's deal? Dex asked carefully without looking up. Sean? Will sounded surprised. Sean's a good man. He's been a friend of the family for many, many years. Grew up with Sarah in town, smart as a whip. It doesn't say much, but he's easy to get along with. He gets the job done. Okay. Dex raised up the camera and pressed play. The red button stopped flashing. Thankfully, he turned the camera to Will and not to me. Dex asked him a few questions, mainly about the working logistics of the ranch, how many sheep they had, if they had cattle, when they first started farming, how the economic climate has changed things, the government, the decline of Red Fox, etc. By the time the set of questions were done, Will had relaxed considerably, and I felt pretty empathetic for the guy. I thought I had it bad. I thought times were tough where I lived, but seeing this grown man almost get weepy over the decline of his livelihood was something else. Being a native man in this area of the country wasn't easy, and all the added turmoil was just the piss icing on a cake made of crap. Dex got down to business. He aimed the camera my way, which made me flinch considerably. My looks had certainly not improved since the last time I looked in the mirror, but I couldn't be vain about it. Start asking questions, he urged, about what's been going on here lately. You know, I had all day to prepare for what we were doing, but somehow it never crossed my mind. Was it procrastination or just lack of attention? I hated how my bad habits were catching up with me. I took a deep breath and put my faith in Dex's editing skills. I turned to Will and put on my investigative reporter face. Tell me, Will, when did you first notice anything unusual happening? He sighed reluctantly before saying, It was a few weeks ago. I was lying in bed and heard something growling. I thought it was a dream at first, but the more I listened, the louder it got. It was coming from the door. I didn't know what to think. I didn't want to get up, but if Sarah was down the hall, she might need my protection. I grabbed my old baseball bat and opened the door. The growling stopped. There was nothing there. I didn't want to wake up Sarah if I didn't need to, but the next day she said she heard growling too. She also thought it was a dream. Then Bird came over and told us a few sheep had been ripped to pieces. 3 of them up on the ridge. Heads, legs, all separated. But the sheep hadn't been eaten at all. It's like whoever did this did it for fun. His story gave me the creeps. It didn't help that the house suddenly felt so large and dark. Who do you think did it? Obviously coyotes did, or wolves, though they are rare in this area. But it just doesn't make sense. They would have eaten the sheep, especially before winter, and now is the time to fatten up. You don't think young punks or kids from town did it? People can be pretty fucked up when it comes to animals, I said, remembering a bunch of cat killings we had in our neighborhood a few years ago. He shook his head. No, I know the kids in this town sometimes don't have anything better to do, but they would never do anything like that. You don't have any enemies who would want to hurt the ranch? He shook his head. I believed him. He was a hard man to dislike. What about Sarah? Dex asked carefully. Will managed to smile. Who would want to hurt a blind woman? I resisted the urge to exchange a sarcastic glance with Dex. This was on camera, after all. Will continued on. Also, a few days ago, a bunch of kids were roaming the hills above here. Doing what? I don't know. Sometimes they go looking for Navajo artifacts to sell. They said they were attacked by a pair of foxes. Foxes? I repeated. Cute little foxes? That's what they say. I think they meant to say coyotes, but even that is strange. Coyotes never attack people unless it's an infant and alone. Never heard anything like that before. I'm sure if you go to the pub, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow night, you'll find them. Ask around. So people and sheep have been attacked by canines, basically. And you heard one in the house and saw one in the house. Right. I didn't really want to be staying in the house anymore. It was right before Maximus arrived to do the reading. I was sitting in the living room all night because of the rock throwing. Rock throwing? Dex kicked me under the table. He'll get to it. He hushed. I glared at him, though the camera was on Will. Dex motioned for him to continue. And I heard something creak on the upper step. I called out for Sarah, thinking it was her. Obviously. Who else would it be? No answer. And from the living room, I can't see the stairs. But I heard a snuffling noise. Then the clack of nails on the floor. Then the shadow of an animal came around the corner.
He pointed around the corner to where the dining room floor met the living room. I shivered. I couldn't see it clearly, but it certainly looked like a coyote. It wasn't all that big, but the hairs on its back were standing up a lot higher than normal. It was like its coat was about 2 feet long. I couldn't see its eyes either. They didn't glow. It was just blank. I thought maybe it didn't even have eyes, just empty holes. I didn't know what to do, so I froze. The rock throwing continued all the while, too, but the animal didn't notice. Finally, it went around to the kitchen and disappeared. Then the noise stopped. I must have sat there for 10 minutes before I gathered up enough strength to run up to Sarah to see if she was all right. She was fine, asleep. And the rock throwing, someone's just throwing rocks at the house? I asked. Yes, at the house, sometimes the barn, sometimes the workers' quarters. I know Miguel has heard it. Where do they sleep, by the way? I don't think I saw it earlier. There's a small house behind the barn. It's hidden by some trees. Privacy, you know. Nothing fancy, but they all get their own rooms. Well, Sean and Miguel. Bird lives in town. I nodded and looked at Dex for feedback. I had no idea if I was asking everything I should. He sensed my gaze and brought his eyes off the display screen to meet mine. Then he paused. His eyes shifted left, fixed on a point past my shoulder. I immediately felt afraid. I opened my mouth to say something, but he slowly shook his head, keeping his eyes on the spot. I turned my head and looked into the dark kitchen behind me. I couldn't make out anything but shadows. I looked back at Dex and at Will. Will had his ear cocked, listening. Dex raised his finger in motion for me to stay quiet. He picked up the camera and aimed it at the kitchen. I looked again. Still, I saw nothing. So I listened. And then I heard it. A small tap at the kitchen window, followed by another tap. I felt very uneasy. It was as if someone stood outside the window and tapped a single finger on the pane. It was low, quick, and sporadic. It could have almost been a tree branch bumping in the wind, but there was no tree. Rattle! We were surrounded by a wall of sound, the taps clattering, rattling of rocks falling on the roof and flying at the windows. The sound was deafening. "Holy shit!" exclaimed Dex. He jumped up and ran for the kitchen. I looked at Will, confused and scared. "These are the rocks?" His eyes were wide. "They've never been this loud." He got up and went after Dex. Naturally, I couldn't sit alone at the table while this storm of sonic violence engulfed the house, so I got up and ran over to join them in the kitchen. Dex switched the night vision on the camera and was aiming it at the window, which was physically being shaken. You could see stones bouncing off the glass and ricocheting back into the darkness. "This is unbelievable," Dex said, barely audible, and beckoned for me to join him by the window. Though the rocks seemed to be coming harder, being beside him felt safer than hanging in the kitchen doorway with my back exposed to the depths of the lonely house, so I scuttled over and sandwiched myself between the two men. Up close, you couldn't see anything. It was a hailstorm of rocks, but only a few were actually hitting the window. It seemed like a cloud had opened up above the house, with the roof taking the brunt of it. "So this isn't normal?" I yelled above the noise. "No," Will shouted back. "It's never this bad." "We've made it angry by being here," Dex said cryptically. "It?" I cried out. "What the fuck was it?" A rock shower was not the work of a poltergeist. Open cupboards were the work of a poltergeist. I didn't know what the hell we were dealing with. "I think you're right," Will said. "This could just be a freaky science thing," I tried to reason. "Sometimes frogs fall from the sky. I read it in a book." Okay, I was really making myself sound stupid, but it was true. In that Charles Berlitz's World of Strange Phenomenon book, there were a ton of cases where things were sucked up somewhere and fell down somewhere else. Dex nudged me in my side and pointed out at the moon, which sat above the black mountain tops. "Clear sky. The falling frogs and the corn that fell in Colorado in the 1980s was usually linked to a weather pattern." The sound tapered off. The rocks on the roof became less and less. They ceased to hit the window. It looked like the stone storm was dying off. I slowly let out my breath, my ears still listening to the peculiar sounds. I turned my head up at Will. "Is that crack?" A huge rock hit the window, cracking it. I nearly shit myself. We all stepped backwards.
"That's not good," Will managed to say. Dex focused the camera on the window, but his eyes were jetting about nervously. "Yeah, maybe we should—"
Bam! Crash! A rock went sailing through the window right for Dex and me. Without thinking, I leaped to my left, colliding into Will, and felt the flying glass flicker against my skin. Will caught me and steadied me. I saw the rock hit the ground and roll across the kitchen and against the fridge. Dex was to my right, crouched with the camera and his hand over his head for cover. "We need to get out of here," I croaked.
"I'll go get Sarah,"
Will said, and hurried out of the kitchen. I knelt down beside Dex and put my hand on his shoulder, just as another rock came crashing through at the spot where Will had just been. "Jesus Christ!" I yelled and gripped Dex's shoulder instinctively. "Are you okay?" He nodded and took his arms off his head. His eyes were wide, panicked. I'm sure I looked the same. "What now?" I said.
"We go outside,"
he said, determination settled on his jaw. "What?" He stayed crouched and grabbed my arm and shuffled us quickly out of the kitchen. Once in the dining room, we looked up the stairs. Neither Will nor Sarah were there. "We can't go outside," I hissed. "That's where the rocks are coming from, you moron."
"Are they?" he asked.
I didn't even know how to respond to that. "What about Will and Sarah?"
"They'll be fine. We need to get this on camera."
And with that, Dex was off and running out the front door, pulling me along with him. The outside air was like stepping into a freezer. Gone was the sweltering heat and blinding light of day. Now it was dark as hell and cold as the depths of a cave. We ran a few feet away from the house and looked around us frantically. Shoes would have helped. A flashlight would have been even better. I could still hear rocks hitting the side of the house, but so far, no more glass being broken.
"Run over there,"
Dex yelled and gestured the camera to the side of the house where the kitchen was. "Are you fucking kidding me? You go over there."
"You're the host," he growled.
Oh, man, not this again. Last time we got into this dilemma, I was practically dragged up the stairs of a lighthouse.
"Man up," he added. "I'll be beside you the whole time. I just need to get you on camera."
I shook my head, but knew he was right. Why did I sign up for this? I walked slowly over to the side of the house. I felt no urgency to surprise whatever the hell it was. As we inched closer, I told him to turn on the camera light. Night vision didn't help me in any way. The light flicked on, and my path was illuminated, albeit poorly. My vision was filled with grain, but I could make out the kitchen window, its broken glass glistening, a faint light from the dining room shining through. A rock or two still bounced off the window. Dex moved the light to the origin of the rocks. My heart caught in my throat at what it might reveal. But there was nothing there. It was like the rocks were being thrown out of thin air. It was just darkness. "What's going on?" A voice snaked out from behind me. I yelped and we both spun around. Dex aimed the light, showing Miguel a few feet behind us, wearing pajamas and holding a shotgun. Jesus! I couldn't help but swear again. I was a bit relieved it wasn't some ghost, but I can't say Miguel with a gun made me feel any less scared. "What the hell is going on?" he snarled. "I hear all these screams, glass breaking."
"I was hoping you could tell us," Dex said, filming him now. "Get that thing out of my face. I'm not telling you anything."
"Where's Will?"
"Right here," I heard Will say. He came out from around the front of the house, huffing and puffing. "Sarah's okay. I think it stopped." It had stopped. Probably didn't help that we were all standing right at the rock epicenter. "What is it this time?" Miguel said. "I told you you'd never last a day here. I never screamed at some rocks." "You would have this time. They came through that darn window," Will said, pointing at the broken window. "How am I going to replace that?" "Dumb teenagers," Miguel said. "We should set up video to catch them." "That's kind of what this is," Dex said.
"You think they are teenagers? No person could have done this," I said forcefully, annoyed at Miguel's assumptions. "Wouldn't last a day? Go fuck yourself."
"She's right," Will agreed. "Miguel, I've never seen it so bad." "You're all loco. That's what you are. Go to bed," he snarled and started to walk back across the yard. "I'll fix your window in the morning."
Morning. The term never sounded so foreign to me. How the hell were we going to get through till morning? Somehow, though, we were on our way. After Miguel slinked off, we decided it might be time for us to all turn in. Will insisted on doing the dishes and cleaning up the kitchen, and I have to say I wasn't one to protest. After what we just witnessed, the kitchen was the last place we wanted to be. I told Will to make sure to lock all the doors 1,000,000 times, too. I don't know how he wasn't going mental with all this crazy crap going on. I was already feeling frayed. On the way down the upper hallway, Dex and I inched past Sarah's room, careful not to be too loud. Apparently, she had heard the rocks, too, but wasn't scared, at least not more than normal. Either she was a liar or very good at hiding things from her husband. There was no way in hell that she could just shrug off what had just happened as a normal occurrence. Once inside our room, I locked the door, turned on all the lights available, and shut the blinds. The darkness outside was unnerving, even from a second-story window. Somehow, with all the scariness and commotion, I had forgotten how awkward bedtime was going to be. Seemed like fear erased all sorts of non-issues like that one. In the bathroom, I got changed into PJ pants and a baggy concert tee, Mr. Bungle, and quickly washed my face and brushed my teeth. I didn't like being alone, even with Dex outside the door. I did run the taps while I did my business, but the walls were too thin for any real privacy. When I was done, Dex was already in bed and scribbling into a notebook. He was shirtless. Despite what you'd think, I hoped he was wearing pants of some sort underneath the covers. He looked up at me and smiled.
"So, this is your sleeping attire. Classy."
"I hope your sleeping attire is of undergarments of some sort," I replied dryly, getting into my side of the bed.
"Well, you're just gonna have to find out for yourself," he said with a smirk.
I gave him a look and settled underneath the covers. Now that I was actually in the bed, it felt intensely small. I couldn't lie here without rubbing against his shoulder. I eyed his chest, now that I had a closer look at it. The words tattooed across it said, "And with madness comes the light." He caught me looking.
"Admiring my pecs or trying to figure out the tattoo?"
"Both?" "The tattoo," I said. "What does it mean?"
"Song lyric," he said, his lips clamping together, signifying not to ask him any more.
So I didn't. About that tattoo. "And the arm? What's the fleur-de-lis for?"
"I'm French."
"I thought you were Irish."
I'm done with your questions?"
I shook my head and pulled my covers up closer. What's the point of tattoos if they aren't a conversation starter?
"We don't need conversation starters, kiddo."
We stared at each other for a few weird beats. We were too close to each other. I could see the tiny spirals of ebony in his etched brown irises. "This is cozy?" I blurted out. I turned my face away from his.
"We can make it cozier."
He grinned, the bristles on his mustache sticking up. He seemed quite relaxed, considering what had happened earlier and considering what he had been going through. "You're just begging for a pillow fight, aren't you?" He smiled even broader, showing his shiny white teeth.
"Actually, I was hoping you might warm up my feet."
Suddenly, his feet surrounded mine, cold blocks of ice. I nearly screamed, but caught myself. I flinched, my body turned rigid. "Get away!" I hissed, hitting him on the arm. He just smiled and stuck them further up my legs, getting under the pajama pant opening. The coldness jarred me, and I had nowhere to go but off the actual bed. I started laughing and pushing him away. "I'm serious," I said, and shoved him hard. He turned over on his side, retracting his feet, and grinned up at me. "But you're so warm." "I'm a hot-blooded mammal. You're a cold-blooded reptile. Do the math."
"Reptiles need love, too."
I paused at that and gave him a curious look. He was still smiling at me, though his eyes were full of sarcasm. I shook my head and then pulled the covers up over me. "I hope you don't snore," I added.
"I only snore when my feet are cold."
I sighed and rolled over, away from him. He still had the light on for his writing, but it didn't matter to me. I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. All the joking around had miraculously erased the fear from my body. I don't know if Dex planned it that way, but it worked. Despite everything that happened earlier, I felt safe knowing that my major annoyance at the moment was his cold feet. My eyes flickered open. Something had woken me. I froze and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. I was still on my side, facing the wall. I wasn't sure of the time or how long I had been asleep, but it must have been the middle of the night. I listened and heard Dex snoring lightly beside me. His back was to mine, his butt square against me. Good thing he was wearing pants after all. Despite that warmth and contact, I felt scared. I often did when I woke up for no reason. I tried to remember the dreams I just had, but they were flitting away from my memory. Something about an owl, Dex, rocks. The rocks. I remembered what had happened earlier. Could rocks have woken me up? I listened again, harder. I couldn't hear anything hitting the window or the roof. Then I felt something brush up against my foot. My feet were underneath the covers, but far away from Dex's feet. My heart stopped. I felt icky. I had to roll over and see what it was, but doing so was going to be the toughest, most terrifying thing ever. I took a deep breath and slowly turned over. I felt the life being sucked out of me. There was an animal sitting at the foot of the bed, just 6 feet away, on top of my feet. As they turned over with the rest of me, I felt my toes jabbing up into its soft bottom. It was a fox. I couldn't see it clearly, but I knew that's what it was. A fox about the size of a collie, sitting on its hindquarters, ears creating a pointy silhouette. It looked right at me. Its eyes were a hazel color, but they didn't glow like a normal animal. They locked with mine. It was like looking into the eyes of someone I knew. Was this for real? Was this actually happening? I wanted to look at Dex, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The more I stared into those knowing, harmful eyes, the more I felt entranced. My arms and legs were replaced by lead pipes. I still felt the animal's weight on my feet, which meant that what I was experiencing was real. I didn't know if I was breathing. I didn't think I was. My heart thumped loudly in my chest, but even that started to slow. It wasn't like I was calming down in any way. In fact, I could feel the terror slowly take hold of my body. But my heart still slowed until the thumps were further and further apart. My thoughts became sluggish. I needed to look away from those eyes. Then the fox shifted onto its front feet, perfectly positioned between my legs. It moved closer now, and our eye contact had not been broken. I felt like I was drowning internally. My lungs were without air, and I was too weak to gasp for it. The room started to spin, with the fox still front and center. It took a step forward, mouth open. Was it smiling at me? Its eyes said the opposite. They said I was dead. I tried to talk, to scream, but nothing came out. Either I was going to wake up in a second or something horrifying was about to happen, and I couldn't do anything about it. It took another step, its tail waving subtly. The eyes narrowed, as if it was glaring at me. I felt Dex shift, and a smattering of hope rushed through me. The fox didn't break its stare, but it paused, its red coat bristling. Dex stirred again and rolled over. I couldn't turn to look at him. The paralysis had taken hold of my bones, but I prayed for him to open his eyes. I felt him shuffle back in the bed, and then stop. "What the fuck?" he yelled. Startled, the fox leaped off the bed and dashed toward the door, which had been open the whole time. Dex leaped out of bed, dragging half the blanket with him, and hollered frantically, "Will, there's an animal in here!" He followed the fox out the door, then turned and ran back to me. I still couldn't move. I still couldn't breathe. My eyes and body were locked down. "Hey!" He jumped on the bed and shook both my shoulders. "Perry, are you okay?" I tried to answer, but couldn't. "Answer me, Perry. What happened?" He kept shaking me, then took my head in his hands and physically moved my face to the left until it was facing his. His eyes, as crazy and worried as they were, brought me a sense of reality. I felt my limbs coming back, hot flashes of nerves climbing up and down them. My breath followed. I gasped loudly, as if I had been underwater for the last 5 minutes. He held my face steady, hands warm but firm. "You're gonna be okay." His voice matched his grip.
There was a commotion in the hallway, and Will appeared at the door. "What happened? Is she okay?" "She's fine," Dex said quickly and gestured with his head. "The animal went downstairs." Will nodded and took off down the hall, the walls shaking from his lumbering run. Dex looked back at me, my wide eyes searching his as all the fear came rushing in. "Hey, you're fine," he said. I started to shake, and he brought his hands to my arms and held me there. "You're gonna be okay, but we need to go find out what that was." I shook my head violently. I was still unable to speak. "We have to," he said, "and I am not leaving you here by yourself. Will has his baseball bat, and whatever it was small. We'll be okay." He climbed off the bed and walked around to my side. He looked down at me, smiled to himself, and picked me up in his arms. I tried to protest, but my mouth was still full of numbing cotton balls. Despite his slight frame and my rather dumpy one, he lifted me with ease. He carried me past the bed, stooping down to pick up his camera from the dresser, and then we were out of the room and into the hall. Will's door was open, as was Sarah's. We had made it to the bottom of the stairs when I felt fine enough to walk. "Please put me down," I croaked in a pathetic whisper. He stopped and lowered me. My legs felt like jelly, but at least they felt like my own again. He held the camera with one hand and gripped my hand with the other. We walked slowly through the downstairs area. The lights were all off. "It was a fox," I said, my tongue feeling unused and awkward. We peeked around into the empty living room. "What the fuck was it doing?" he asked. I shook my head. I didn't know, but I knew what it was going to do. Eat me alive. We flicked on the lights and saw neither Fox, nor Will, nor Sarah. A breeze rustled in through the holes in the kitchen window. The clock on the microwave glowed 3 a.m. The front door was wide open, so we walked over to it and cautiously peered around the doorway. I couldn't see them, but I could hear Will, Sarah, and Miguel all talking excitedly in the dark. Whoosh! A huge white owl flapped in front of me, inches from my face. I screamed and ducked as Dex stuck out his arm and thwacked it. He hit the owl square in the chest. I peered up, hands around my head. The owl squawked and flew off into the night. I looked up at Dex. He took back his clenched fist and let out a low breath. He was just as freaked out as I was. He looked down at me and offered his hand. "What a hoot," he joked, but his voice was pinched with nerves. Seconds later, Will, Sarah, and Miguel came around the corner to see what had happened. I explained as much as I could. The owl part of the story paled in comparison to the fox. It turns out that they hadn't seen either creature. Of the three of them, I knew Will was the one who believed me wholeheartedly. Sarah had only a few choice words and a couple of poignant sighs, but for the most part she didn't argue with what I said too much. I knew she didn't want us there at all, but I finally saw that she believed what was going on. And Miguel? Well, Miguel was a sneering, sniveling son of a bitch, but even he walked back to his quarters looking more wary than before. And that was the end of the night for me. I wasn't about to go to sleep again, and neither was Dex. So we stayed up, sitting on top of the bed and playing games with a bunch of cards we found in one of the drawers. We stayed up until the sun began its quick rise above the mountain tops, and the fears of the night were washed away by the desert light. Only then was I finally able to close my eyes for a few minutes. Chapter 7. The next morning was understandably sluggish. Miguel and Will were taking up most of the kitchen, fixing the windows, so our breakfast consisted of dry toast and cereal. Dex and I ate it at the dining room table with a giant pot of coffee. Between two caffeine addicts, it didn't sustain us very well. I thought he was going to fight me for the last cup, but I convinced him I needed it more, and I did. I was tired and drained from only getting about 2 hours of sleep, and the last thing Dex needed was more stimulants. He was already jittery from the lack of medication, and his 4 cups of the black drug just made it worse. "So, have you figured out the plan yet?" I asked as he flipped through a bunch of ghost and history books he brought in from the car. His foot was tapping again to a fast imaginary beat, and he was chewing his Nicorette, while drinking coffee, mind you. "Yes," he answered quickly, scanning the pages like a speed reader. "Does it involve a nap?" He grinned and looked up at me. His eyes were red, his complexion ashy. For once, he didn't look too good. "What am I, 80? I don't need sleep. You worry too much," he said and went back to reading. This was true, but considering what had happened last night, his withdrawal from medication, and the day ahead of us, lack of sleep wasn't something to scoff at. I had every reason to worry about him. Besides, it made it easier to forget about what happened to me. I hated seeing those spiteful fox eyes every time I let my mind wander. "I thought my job was to read the books," I said, wanting him to relax a little bit. He shook his head. "I'd like to know what the fuck is going on." He glanced at the kitchen. Will and Miguel were busy hammering away at something. "I think they know a lot more than they're telling us." I nodded. I felt that way, too. "So, how do we get them to spill the beans?" I said, lowering my voice. He shrugged and went back to his book. "Don't know, but I think Max might be able to help us out with it." My Led Zeppelin ringtone went off, and I jumped in my seat, my coffee spilling out of the cup. "Easy there, Spaz," he said, and tossed a napkin at me. Maybe I didn't need that extra cup. Maybe I should start putting my phone on vibrate. I quickly mopped up the table and fished my phone out of my jean pocket. It was my parents. If I didn't answer it, they'd call every 5 minutes until I did. "Hello?" I said, and got up. I needed privacy. I walked outside into the apocalyptic heat and shut the front door behind me. It was hard to believe that this arid yet outstandingly pretty place, with its detailed peaks, ridges of green, and dots of sheep, was all so scary last night. "Perry, it's your father," he said from the other end. "Just wanted to make sure everything's okay. You never called last night." "You never called me," I reasoned. "Do you want us to call you more often?" "Hell no." "Perry," he warned me. And then he went off into a big, long spiel about how if I was going to be a responsible adult, I would have to start acting like one, and that meant checking in with the elders every night. If he only knew what I was really up to, he'd be a bit more understanding. Actually, he would be a million times more paranoid. Though it felt wrong to lie, the truth would do nothing to help them in this situation. "How is this, Dex fellow? Is he treating you well?" "Sure." "You're not sleeping with him, are you?" My jaw dropped. My dad has never brought up sex with me before. "Perry, you there?" I laughed, astonished. "Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say, Dad. What the hell kind of question is that?" "Stop using that word." "Dad?" "Perry, I am serious." I wiped the sweat off my forehead and looked back at the house, where Dex was probably still flipping through the books. I guess technically I was sleeping with him, but... No, Dad, I am not sleeping with him. Sheesh. He's kind of my boss, in a way. Now that was a weird thought. He sighed, long and heavy. Silence hung in the air. I knew better than to say any more. "I just don't see why you're doing this. That's all, Pumpkin." "Oh, so you thought I was doing all of this for sex, is that it?" "Ghosts don't exist, Perry. You know they don't. Anyone who says they do are after something else themselves. You're chasing after an illusion, and the sooner you drop this charade and start putting your extra time and effort into your career, your job, the better off you'll be. You need to get serious about your life." My turn to sigh. It was amazing how being in a wind-dusted, barren field with an azure, cloudless sky could feel so restrictive. Cell phones were the devil. "Dad, we can talk about this when I get back. I'm here now, this is what I'm doing, and I'm smack in the middle of it. You're just gonna have to deal with it for now." The front door to the house opened, and Dex came out, the bigger camera hoisted on his shoulder this time. I raised my finger at him to indicate I was busy, if he couldn't already tell, and turned my back. "And by the way, it's not cool to call me when I'm out here working and lay all this stuff on me," I hissed into the phone. "That's not being very adult." My dad started to say something back, but the phone was suddenly snatched out of my hands. Dex put it up to his mouth. "Hello, Dad." "No!" I yelled and tried to take it back from him, but he just pushed me away with the camera. "Yes, this is Dex." He grinned, looking far too pleased with himself. I felt sick. "Oh, I'm taking real good care of your daughter," he said in a tone my dad was bound to find sarcastic. "Actually, I should say she's taking real good care of me." "Please give me the phone back," I pleaded. He gave me a dismissive look and listened to whatever my dad was saying. Oh, I know her career is very important, he said, winking at me. Believe me, if I found out that she'd trade in a good job for what we are doing here, well, I'd probably call her an idiot. At the mention of idiot, I knew my face fell. Dex didn't know about my situation still, and I didn't want him to know, but at that exact second, my face probably said it all. But if he picked up on it, he didn't show it. He watched me as he continued. She's a smart girl, though. You raised her well. She knows what's important. Yes, I'll make sure she calls you tomorrow. Okay, see you, Pops. And with that, he hung up and tossed the phone up in the air. I scrambled for it and barely caught it before it smashed on the hard earth. It's just my freaking ultra-breakable, irreplaceable iPhone. No big deal, you stupid jerk, I thought wildly. What the fuck, asshole? I exclaimed and wiped down the screen. You've got good reflexes, he said nonchalantly and started off toward the car. I stayed put. No, I mean, don't you dare talk to my parents again. He stopped and gave me a lazy look. What's the big deal? I only said nice things. You don't understand, I said simply. That's really all I could say. I was lying to both of them. You're right, I don't. Now, let's get moving. Where are you going? We are going into town. Meet up with Max, walk around, take some setup shots of the town, maybe ask around, talk to some people, find those guys who got attacked a few days ago. He walked toward the car. You go, I found myself saying. He stopped, turned, and folded his arms, thinking. He looked angry at first, then confused, then concerned, all in the space of a few seconds. I kinda need you, he finally said. No, you don't. Not for setting up shots, and you've got your buddy there to help you anyway. I put a sarcastic spin on the word buddy. He frowned, but didn't say anything. I just want some time alone, that's all, I admitted. I need to process everything that's happened so far. He rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. I could tell he was mulling it over. He walked back over to me and stopped a few feet away. His eyes roamed all over my face. Sometimes Dex reminded me of a truth-sniffing dog. I don't feel good about leaving you here, he said in a low voice. I'd feel better if you were with me. Are you worried about me or about what might happen to me? He nodded at that and looked at the barn. Just stay put. Stay around Will or Bird. I'll be back soon. Call me the minute you need to. I gave him a quick smile. Thanks, Dad. He walked over to the car, calling over his shoulder. I don't need to be your dad to worry about you. I watched him get into the Jeep and speed out of the ranch, dust clouds blooming behind him until they disintegrated into the blue. I breathed out a huge sigh of relief. I know that being alone may have seemed like a bad idea, but I honestly needed some time to just be. I thought about going back into the house and maybe reading those books again, but I was sure Sarah would be prowling about somewhere. I hadn't seen her at breakfast, thank goodness, but figured by now she was in the living room, knitting a voodoo doll version of me. I had seen traces of her yarn collection. Or perhaps complaining to Will and Miguel as they worked on the window. It's not that I was afraid of Sarah, but there was something about her that made me extremely uneasy. And I didn't like her impulsiveness and her total lack of tact. If I was alone with her, I might end up saying something I'd really regret and spoil everything for us. I turned around and looked at the barn and the paddocks. I couldn't see Sean or Bird, but figured they were somewhere doing ranchy-type stuff. I didn't want to bug them either. A nice walk, alone, would do me good. Though my skinny jeans weren't exactly New Mexico material, and they were already making me sweat, my long tank top was airy, and at least I had piled sunscreen on my arms. I didn't have a hat or water, but I did have a phone, and my Doc Martens were perfect for any potential ruggedness. I looked up at the low ridges that snaked away from the back of the paddocks. There was something about those ridges that had looked so familiar from the moment I had arrived. I wanted to explore them, climb to the top to get a better look. Also, I had a strange affinity for climbing up low, rugged hills. Something about an exposed landscape up close got me feeling so free. So different from the dense, dark, tree-covered slopes back home. I walked to the edge of the paddocks and assessed the best way up.
It wasn't steep at all, just a low, gradual slope through rock and the occasional cacti and scrubby brush until it flattened out amid some pine and junipers. If I followed the ridge along the trees to the left, it eventually came to a clearing on a bluff. The view from that point would overlook the whole ranch and maybe part of the town. I walked up the hill, my footing slipping on rocks occasionally, but overall my boots held out. I kept looking behind me to make sure the house was still visible. If I just followed my route as planned, it would never leave my sight. Sweat dripped off my face by the time I got to the ridge, and I was grateful for the shelter that the sparse pines provided. It was cooler in the shade, too, making the sweat on my back feel refreshing. I caught my breath and leaned against a tree. I was maybe 150 feet above the flatlands. Not too shabby, considering I got up there without an actual path. Once my heart slowed to a reasonable rate, I walked along the ridge's edge, weaving in and out among the trees and tracing the rocky slope, which slowly took me higher and higher. It took a lot longer for me to get to the clearing than I had thought, maybe 20 minutes. But the trees finally ended, and there was the flat butte thrusting out above the valley. I walked across the butte and stopped near the edge. The wind picked up, rushing across my body, and the view was stupendous. I could see the entire farm, now looking a lot smaller than before, like a Lego version of it. The sheep roamed the dry pastures below like tiny cotton balls. I could see the road leading away from the ranch and disappearing up and down as the undulating desert took it as far as the tiny dot of Red Fox on the horizon. Above that, the big sky enveloped everything, and I imagined I could see the curvature of the atmosphere, spreading from the jagged peaks of my right to the lower, smoother desert hills of my left. I thought about bringing my phone out to take a photo, but decided against it. No way would that camera do this scene justice. No camera could. I just had to commit the sight and feeling to memory and hope it lasted. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply. I really did feel a million times better than earlier, and I was so thankful that I took the time to be by myself and regroup. I wasn't used to being around people all the time. Up here on this mesa, I felt real freedom. Miles of open desert, blue sky, and intense sunlight that made me feel like anything was possible. I wanted to keep that feeling in me forever. I smiled to myself and opened my eyes. I looked around for a tree stump or a rock I could sit down on so I could take everything in and just meditate. But the ground here was plain, rough, and dusty, and the concept of scorpions, snakes, and spiders was creeping at the back of my head. The butte sloped off to the left and led back toward a few more clearings surrounded by forest. The rocks over by the base of another ridge looked promising. I skidded down the slope a bit, the tops of my boots filling up with red dirt, and darted between a few jagged edges. I reached the rocks by the ridge, but they were a lot pointier up close, and there were far too many dark and creepy cave-like holes between them. I looked up the ridge. If I could just climb up the rocks, providing they didn't roll away from under me, I would make it to the next ridge. Who knew what I'd see from that vantage point? I paused and looked behind me. I couldn't see the valley anymore, at least not where the farm was. So much for not letting the ranch leave my sight. A tiny, uneasy feeling nagged at the back of my head. But that was the adventure, wasn't it? I just had to tell it to shut up. I was in exploration mode, and I couldn't quit now. I'd quit at the top. That's it. I looked at my phone for the time. 11 a.m. Dex had been gone for an hour, but there was no way he could be back already. I had more than enough time to climb up there, take a look around, and climb back down and head back to the farm before anyone worried about me. Feeling better about it, I rubbed my hands on my jeans, made sure my phone was secure, and made a go for it. I stepped up on the rock and made a grab for the next one. I tried hard not to look through the cobwebby dark spaces in between and kept my eyes focused on the ridge ahead. 2 hands, 2 feet, on to the next rock. Soon I was stepping off the last rock and onto the flatter ridge. I got to my feet and looked around, feeling like Sir Edmund Hillary. The view from up here was even better, and the valley sprawled out in front of it like a patched quilt. To my surprise, there were some sheep below as well, I guess the Lancasters had more land than I thought. I walked to the edge and looked down. There was another plateau about 10 feet below that fed into the tree line leading down to the valley. There was something on that plateau, though, that caught my eye. There was a strange, dark area on the dirt with a lot of shuffled earth around it. I put my hand up to my forehead to shield the sun and squinted. What? Bam! Something hit me on the back of the head with frightening speed. My skull was scraped. I wheeled around to see a blur of black feathers and sky. The impact knocked me off balance, and I put my left leg back. There was no stability. It sank into the slope, and I fell backwards. I smashed into it, feeling the sharp rocks and sticks poking mercilessly into my back, and tumbled for a few dizzying feet, like a child rolling down a grassy hill. Then the rolling stopped, and I was airborne for what felt like a very long time. No thoughts came into my head, except the fear that I would be dead when I hit the ground. I struck the ground with my left shoulder, which sent a shockwave of brutal, nauseating pain all the way to my legs, which slammed the ground like a slab of meat. I screamed from the pain and rolled over on my stomach, my face eating dirt. Between the shock and the currents of pain, I had one thought. I am a fucking idiot. How could everything go from frivolity to fucking up my body in 2 seconds? It was a damn crow. Where the hell did that come from? When the pain subsided slightly and I was able to get my mouth away from the earth, I took in a few deep breaths and tried to assess the damage. I carefully rolled onto my right shoulder and felt my left arm. I could feel it, which was a good sign. I moved my head, another plus, and looked down at it. It was scraped, wet with blood and caked with dirt, but I didn't see anything disgusting like a protruding bone or deep gashes. I inhaled, braced for pain, and attempted to lift my arm. I let out another whimpering scream. I bent my elbow and wriggled my wrist and fingers around. They were all in working order, though the skin felt so tight and exposed that it stung with each movement. I sat back, putting most of my weight on my good arm. My left leg didn't feel so good, and moving it was tricky. I bent over and rolled up the pant leg. The jeans had protected my legs, but my ankle felt hot underneath the boots. I awkwardly tried to untie it using my right arm, loosening it, and felt around. Yep, definitely swollen. Fuck! I yelled. I sat on the ground for a few minutes, feeling utterly stupid and hopeless. I was hoping my ankle would be good enough to walk on, but it probably wouldn't survive me climbing up the slope I just fell down. I'd just have to find another way back to the farm. Dex was going to give me so much shit. No way could I hide my massacre of an arm. I got to my feet very slowly and tried to put pressure on the bad ankle. Surprisingly, it wasn't as bad as I thought, though I wasn't going to be walking properly for a while. I dusted off my pants and eyed my dirty arm. First things first, I had to go back to the farm and douse it in extra-strength antiseptic. I looked around for the best way down into the forest when the dark patch caught my eye again. Now that I was down here, I could see what it was. I limped over and saw that it was a fire pit of some sort. The ground was blackened, and a few pieces of burnt kindling were in the center of the circle. Around it were a few holes in the earth and piles of dirt, as if someone had been digging. I looked closer at the ground. Footprints of different pairs of shoes, at least 2, led to the fire and back into the trees. From the other side, near the ridge I just fell off of, there were more markings leading to the fire. Not footprints, though. I moved closer to them. I could make out one of them, and it made my heart dislodge with one giant skip. A paw print. I shuddered and quickly looked around me. I didn't want to be here anymore. Forget the fact that I mangled one half of my body. That was the least of my worries now. I didn't want to be somewhere where paw prints and footprints intermingled, especially around a fire. I could almost see the flames blazing, the embers flying up into the air. And that's when it struck me. This was the setting of my dream. My dream where I was sitting around the fire while the lady with the yellow eyes told me that something had been unearthed here. I looked down at my feet, at the holes. Something had been unearthed here. I don't know how I dreamed this, but there was no mistaking it. I glanced around me again, scrutinizing the landscape for any extra signs. To the right, as the foliage from the trees crept up onto where I was standing, something foreign poked out. I hobbled over and saw a rusty shovel lying in a scrubby brush. I picked it up and looked at the spade. It was dark and stained with something. I smelled it. It smelled like blood. Or rust. Of course, I'd think the worst thing first. I peered over into the forest to see what else I could find. There was nothing except what looked like a path. Maybe if I followed it, it would take me back to the ranch. Caw! A crow's call sounded from the trees. I looked up fearfully, but didn't see anything in the branches. I waited a few moments, tense and listening. Nothing. I looked behind me at the fire pit and the holes. Perhaps if I started digging, I'd find something. I didn't know what, but there had to be something here. Why on earth would I dream about this place? Smack! My head whipped back as I was hit straight in the forehead. I fell again, but this time I caught myself on the ground with my good arm. I never saw it coming. Then I saw the shadow as it flew underneath the sun. The crow had returned for me. I looked up just in time to see it dive. Instinctively, I reached for the shovel, but I had dropped it too far away from me. I barely had enough time to shield my face with my hands as the crow came by again and swooped at my forearms with its outstretched claws. I felt them sink into my thin skin with sickening clarity. The bird made a go through my hands with its lethal beak, trying to get at my eyes and pecking bloody holes into my palms. I summoned all my fright and used it to fling my arms to the side until the crow released its grasp, and then I made one chop into its chest. Feathers flew and the bird was flung backward into the air. It cried, which sounded too much like laughter, and landed on the ground with a dusty thump. My eyes were raging. Adrenaline flowed through every inch of my being. I was ready to kick the fucking hell out of that goddamn evil piece of shit. The crow flapped its wings a few times, creating a thick cloud of dust, but to my dismay, it was still able to fly off. I watched it soar over the trees in a crooked line. I held my breath, poised, waiting for its return. It didn't come back right away, so I quickly looked at my hands for damage assessment. It looked like I had fucking stigmata. I gently placed them on the dirt, wincing at the sting, ready to push myself up again, when out of the corner of my eye, the cloud of dust where the crow had been stirred. I froze and looked over. At first, I couldn't see anything but a low, hazy shadow. Then, through the cloud, a snake emerged. It was no more than 4 feet away, slithering slowly along the rough earth, heading in my direction. I was transfixed, paralyzed in total fear. My breathing stopped. I felt encased in ice. I watched it come closer, watched the details of its movements, the way the scales ebbed and flowed with each slink, the way the forked tongue slid in and out of its angular mouth. And its eyes weren't like snake eyes at all. I had barely any time to think about my actions. The snake was coming for me. It wasn't going to stop. It would strike me, it would hurt, and there was no way of knowing how fast the venom would kill me. I was at least 30 minutes from the farm, and that's if I ran, which I knew I wouldn't be able to do with my ankle, not to mention the fucking venom coursing through my veins. I took my eyes off the snake for a split second and noted how far the shovel was. If I made a move for the shovel, would I get to it first, or was the snake able to strike faster than that? It seemed like my only option, and with each second I spent thinking about it, I knew I was losing the battle. The snake was unbearably close now. Would I even be able to move? I took a deep breath and was about to go for it when the snake pounced in one quick movement. I had no time to react, no time to scream. I could only sit there and watch in slow motion as the snake coiled its head back and flung itself at me, mouth open, fangs protruding. I braced for impact, and heard the loudest bang rip through the sky and shake the earth. Before my eyes, the snake suddenly exploded into a million pieces. A plume of dirt flew straight up into the air like a geyser, and my ears throbbed with the sonic boom. I felt wet. I looked down. Bloody bits and pieces of snake were sticking to me. But the snake was gone, and dead.
"Are you okay?"
A voice shot out from behind me. I turned my head and looked up at the slope. At the top of the ridge was Bird, white Stetson on his head, pistol in hand, looking like something out of a Gary Cooper film. He was staring down at me, his face stern. He may have just saved my life. I looked at where the snake was, just to make sure it really was dead, that I really managed to escape that. It was gone. I was safe. I nodded, not sure what to say.
"Stay there,"
he commanded, and quickly slid down the slope, jumping down the last bit. He knelt beside me, sorrow etched into his knobby forehead. He looked me over and nodded to himself a few times.
"You'll be okay. Can you walk?"
"Yeah," I croaked out. I cleared my throat, trying to seem more in control and less stupid. "I can. My ankle kind of hurts, but I don't think I sprained it." He walked around behind me and pulled me up from underneath my arms, careful not to hurt me. I got to my feet, too embarrassed to even look him in the eye. "Thank you," I said quietly.
"A snake is a bad omen. Killing one can be even worse," he said. "But it would have been far worse if that one had gotten a hold of you."
"Was it poisonous?"
"The worst. But it can't hurt you now."
You must think I'm a total moron. Going off into the mountains by myself, not even telling anyone. And now my whole left side is a disgusting mess. He laid his hand lightly on my shoulder and looked me in the eyes. His own were gentle, as always, and seemed to possess endless wisdom.
"I don't think you're a so-called moron, though you should have told someone where you were going. But I was watching you the whole time, until you disappeared from the mesa. And oh, now, I don't have to tell you that these hills aren't as pretty as they look. There's a lot more things out here than snakes. Worse things. I know you won't be doing that again."
I shook my head, looking at the ground, feeling like a child.
"And your arm isn't as bad as you think."
He licked his finger and brought it down against it. The dirt lifted clean off, showing the skin beneath had only superficial scratches.
"We'll get you cleaned up. Come on. Would you like me to carry you?"
I smiled anxiously. "No, I'm good. Really. Lead the way." He walked down to the trees, through the makeshift path I saw earlier, offering his hand every few steps. I stubbornly refused, in the nicest way possible. We walked through the forest for about 5 minutes. I felt the elevation dropping and the air growing warmer, even underneath the fragrant shade. "So," I said, "I noticed someone had been there before."
"Sure,"
he replied, and kept walking forward. There was a fire, a shovel, footprints. Looked like people were digging for something.
"It happens all the time here."
"Is it Miguel or John?" Bird laughed and skirted around an outcrop that stuck out into the trees.
"No, not them. New Mexico is a lot different from Oregon. We don't have a lot of property laws. People generally come and go on your land as they please."
"But digging up stuff, I mean, whatever it is, isn't it yours?"
"It depends. If they are looking for Navajo objects, it's probably everyone's. Everyone Navajo, that is. To be honest with you, if a fellow brother finds something Navajo on the Lancasters' property, it's better off in their hands anyway. Will and Sarah wouldn't care. They don't follow that way anymore."
Interesting. I almost detected a hint of animosity in Bird's gentle voice. "Is it a big problem when people give up their way?" I asked.
"It can be. It usually is for their families. But, people in town, we've all become a lot more tolerant. It's a shame, but you can't blame them in this day and age. It wasn't working for them, maybe. Maybe being a Christian has been more rewarding."
I stifled a laugh. "You can't tell me they feel more rewarded," I said. "For someone as blatantly Christian as Sarah..." I shook my head. "That woman is not rewarded. She's a hypocrite." Bird stopped and I almost ran into his back. I was suddenly afraid I had angered him. There I was, shooting off my mouth again. He turned and looked at me, eyebrow cocked.
"You think Sarah is a liar?"
"No, not at all. I just don't get how she can be all Christian and religious and stuff and then act like the complete opposite. Maybe it's just me, though. Maybe she just rubs me the wrong way." He nodded, musing it over. He looked up at the trees and the sunlight filtering through the needles. Bird always seemed so poised.
You, have to understand, she wasn't always like this. Even years ago, when she was still blind, she was a lot better. I don't know what happened, especially lately. But Will and Sarah are not an easy pair to figure out, and I can only say that forsaking the Navajo way can't have been easy, ever. Growing pains. Besides, all religions are full of hypocrites.
True, I nodded.
What do you believe in?
He asked gently. I believe in God, or some great power beyond what we can imagine. But I think religion is a man-made prison, I answered honestly. Try telling that to my father, though, I thought.
You're a smart woman, Perry. There's a lot more to you than some people give you credit for. I know you feel that.
I smiled shyly. I guess.
Don't sell yourself short. I think you're going to need every ounce of confidence while you're here.
His last words had a bit of an edge to them. I didn't like that. What do you mean?
I think you know. Will explain to me what happened last night. And look what happened just now. You being here is not going to be easy.
I can handle it, I said bluntly. He was starting to sound like Miguel. He chuckled, but his lips quickly turned down.
That's the spirit. I believe you can. But what I'm trying to say is that you are causing this.
I stiffened.
And it's going to follow you wherever you go.
I felt currents of electricity spark at the base of my skull and travel down my nerves in waves. I don't understand, I said.
I'm not the wisest man. I'm not the most powerful. I am just a man amongst others just like me. But I do know I have more connection, more heart.
He reached over and tapped my upper chest with his hand.
To people, to the earth, to the spirits. I listen closely and I hear things. I open my eyes wider and I see things. You've got a lot of energy and a lot of power in your little form, and there are some things in this world and in other worlds, evil things, that are going to want to take that from you.
My first thought was that I was living poltergeist, and I was the little girl, and Bird was that creepy midget psychic woman. My second thought was a sick sort of relief. I wasn't sure if I believed it entirely, but what Bird said confirmed a few thoughts I had of my own. Yes, I had always felt I was different, only to think that there was something special about me was rather egotistical, so I avoided it. I don't think I'm all that special, I said. He smiled.
I know you don't, and that's part of your charm. But the sooner that you own it, the sooner you'll be in control over what happens to you. You must prepare for anything now, and you must realize that whatever happens to you, it's not going to be easy.
My life has never been easy, I mumbled.
No one's is. Even the lives we think are effortless. Some people take longer to open their eyes to it, though. But you're open. And that's irresistible to some things and some people, like Dex.
My heart skipped.
He sees it too.
I nodded and felt my cheeks growing hot. I wasn't sure what to make of that. So, what do I do? Should I leave? I mean, I don't want to bring this stuff here to you guys.
Will and Sarah are being tormented by something terrible, he answered gravely. It would happen whether you were here or not. But now that you are here, these things are going to come after you, and they are going to do whatever they can to destroy you. The good news is that in the end, that very power they want is the very power you have to defeat them.
This is really starting to sound like some epic superhero movie.
He laughed. It's not. This is just what happens, and it happens a lot here. The Navajo deal with the spirits, or what you call the supernatural, very often. It's not supernatural to us, it's just natural.
So you've dealt with stuff like this before? He nodded. Well, what are we dealing with? He eyed the trees, not quite worried, but still with the barest hint of trepidation.
I'd rather not discuss it yet. Not till I'm sure. This isn't the time. We better get moving.
I glanced around me at the forest, feeling the shadows reaching out from the depths. This whole conversation made my paranoia level amp up to 11. We continued walking, a bit quicker now, as the ground became level and the trees thinned out. Soon we were out of the forest and making our way across the craggy desert, coming toward the house and barn from the far left. It was closer to noon now, and the sun was at its grandest. My shadow stuck as close to me as possible, as if it was afraid to stray. In the distance I could see the Jeep. Dex was back. Suddenly I didn't want to go any farther. Sensing this, Bird stopped and looked at me.
Want to rest your foot here?
I nodded. He gave me a gentle smile.
You're worried what your husband is going to think?
I tried not to flinch at that term. Yeah, I admitted.
He's an interesting fellow,
Bird said with no hint of irony.
I can see how you guys found each other. You're very similar.
I tried to hide the annoyance that must have splashed across my face, but Bird caught it and only smiled.
I can back you up in any way you need me to.
That came as such a sweet relief to me. It was so nice to know Bird was on my side. Maximus was right about that. I could trust him. Thank you, Bird, I said sincerely, hoping he really knew how thankful I was. That means a lot. But, I mean, what can I say? I was an idiot. You saved me. That's kind of the story of my life.
It'll get better,
Bird said and patted me affectionately on the shoulder.
Just remember what I told you.
That I was the target of whatever the fuck was happening? How could I forget?
Let's get you fixed up.
I was about 50 feet away when the front door was flung open. Dex came out, followed by Maximus and Will. I half expected Dex to hang in the background, but the moment he got a better look at me, he came running over. He looked livid.
What the fuck happened to you?
He yelled at me, hands in the air. I looked at Bird. Suddenly I wanted Bird to explain everything.
She took a little tumble. She's fine.
She's not fine, Dex spat out angrily. He looked at my arm, then at my face. I couldn't really tell if he was just pissed off or extremely concerned.
I'll go find the first aid kit,
Bird said quickly and walked off to the house, leaving me with Dex. Maximus and Will were still hanging around the porch, trying not to watch us. I avoided Dex's eyes. I'm sorry, I said sheepishly. It's no big deal. He rubbed his chin quickly.
What happened?
I went for a walk. God damn it, Perry, he exclaimed. I'm sorry, I just thought I would go up to that ridge there. I turned and pointed at the ridge, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me toward him rather roughly. My fists clenched in surprise. Ow! I cried. I opened up my palm. The holes from the crow's talons stung and looked nasty. He loosened his grip on my wrist, but didn't let go, and peered down at my hands.
Oh, jeez, you're a fucking mess.
You can let go now. He shook his head.
I'm gonna need to leash you to me from now on.
My shoulders sank. There went my freedom. Maybe I did need a babysitter. I always thought it would be the other way around. Look, Dex, I am sorry, but this isn't about you. It's my problem. I took the tumble. The crow attacked me.
Crow?
He repeated, his tone perking up. And here was the can of worms. Yeah, some crow attacked me out of nowhere. That's what these are from. I pointed to my hands and wrists.
And what the fuck is this?
He picked a piece of bloody snakeskin off my shirt and held it up. That was a snake. Bird shot it. He sighed and rolled his eyes.
Unbelievable. I leave you alone for 2 hours and you fall off a cliff, get attacked by a crow, and a snake explodes all over you.
Pretty much. He grimaced, but seemed to be calming down.
Well, I hate to tell you I told you so, but I so fucking told you so. You want to listen to me next time?
I glared at him. It depends, Dex. You're not normally the voice of reason here.
Neither of us is,
he said, and finally let go of my wrist.
You better wash up.
We walked to the house. I smiled awkwardly at Will and Maximus as I went up the front steps.
My lord,
Maximus said, shaking his head as he looked me over. Neither of them looked very impressed. I tried to brush it off. I shrugged. I'm a klutz, what can I say? I walked past them and straight up the stairs before they could see how it was so much more than that. I entered my room and quickly shut the door behind me and made a beeline for the bathroom. I looked in the mirror and gasped. I had a huge gash across my left cheekbone with trails of blood and dirt streaking off of it. There were twigs and dust in my hair, and my tank top was absolutely ruined with snake guts, blood, and caked earth. No wonder everyone had been looking at me like that. I looked far worse than I actually was. In fact, I looked like I walked away from some sort of murder. And it could have happened. There was no way I could pass that crow and snake off as just mere animals. They had to have been under the power of someone else. Maybe that's what Bird wasn't saying. Maybe what we were dealing with here was witchcraft. Perhaps some evil shaman or something to that extent was trying to get Dex and me away from the ranch. But even if that was the case, why would they be harassing the Lancasters to begin with? The stones, the dead sheep, the birds, the fox, the snake. It was all so scattered and disjointed, without a real pattern. What if it really was all just a bunch of coincidences? But I knew in my heart they weren't. I just couldn't figure it out yet. I hoped I would be able to by the time the weekend was over. As I pondered that, I stripped out of my clothes, a pile of dirt collecting on the clean floor, and ran the shower until it was abrasively hot. The steam fogged up the window, and I stepped in. The water was painful on my scratches, and I winced at the sting, but after a few moments it faded into a happy numbness as the murky water swirled down the drain. It was Saturday. We only had 2 more days to capture everything we needed, but it no longer felt like the show was the only goal of the weekend. Even if we did get more strange happenings and scenarios on camera, even if we compiled some interesting interviews with Bird, Maximus, and whoever, and walked away with a fairly solid body of work, I didn't want to walk away. I couldn't. I felt as involved with the case as the Lancasters were. We were just the eyes, sent here to film it all, but we couldn't do anything about it in the end. We weren't shamans, we weren't exorcists, we weren't even ghost hunters. We were exploitative journalists, and that was pushing it, who would go on our happy way and leave the Lancasters to deal with a problem they might not ever solve. It suddenly felt so pointless. Why did Will want us there when we couldn't do a thing to help? My brain felt stuck on that question as I reluctantly turned off the hot taps and wrung my hair out in the tub. It felt warm at first in my sore hands, but quickly turned cold as the beads of water moved down my arms. I stopped and froze. I had that dreadful feeling that I was no longer alone in the bathroom. I couldn't see anything through the white shower curtain, though I was certain I'd see a Ma Bates figure rushing toward me with a raised butcher knife. I listened hard, trying to steady my breath as quietly as I could. "I can smell blood on you." Sarah's voice echoed across the bathroom. It wasn't particularly sinister or accusing, but it was creepy as hell. How did she get in here without me hearing her? And what the hell? I was in the shower. Hadn't she heard of a little privacy? I didn't know what to say, so I pulled back part of the curtain and stuck my head out to get a look at her. There was no one there. The door to the bathroom was closed. Total mindfuck. I stepped out of the shower and quickly wrapped a towel around me. It was a bit too small and barely covered my rack, but it would have to do. I looked around the tub for her, but I was alone in the room. The clothes on the floor looked undisturbed. The window was open, only a crack, and a hot, sweet-smelling breeze was blowing through in mild bursts. Did I really hear Sarah, or was I imagining things? I closed my eyes and rubbed my temples, trying to get the clarity I had back on that open mesa. A knock at the door. I yelped, despite myself, my wet hair flinging water droplets around the room. "It's Dex," I heard him mumble from the other side. The handle jiggled. Hard in my throat, I cautiously opened it. Indeed, Dex was standing outside the door, a first aid kit in his hand. He looked wary of me until his eyes drifted onto my chest and legs, on display courtesy of the bath mat-sized towel. "Hello there," he said, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smile. I didn't give in to the embarrassment of him seeing me half naked. "How long have you been standing there?" "I just got here," he said, still staring at my chest. I rolled my eyes and reached over, pushing at his forehead until he was looking me in the eyes. "Did you just see Sarah leave?" He shook his head. "Why?" I closed my eyes, feeling worse. Never mind. I started to close the door on him, but he stuck his hand out and stopped it. "Nuh-uh." He pushed his way into the bathroom and closed the door behind him.
You need some attending.
Oh, yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I sniped. He sighed and opened the kit and spread it out on the standalone sink.
Actually, I'd like it if you were being the sexy nurse, not me.
He opened a bottle of rubbing alcohol, splashed it on sheets of gauze, and held it above my arm, warning me,
this is gonna sting, probably.
Can't be worse than your tongue.
Ha,
he said, and pressed the gauze forcefully into my arm. I flinched. It burned like a motherfucker. He took the pad and, more gentle this time, pressed it farther down my arm, dabbing it on each cut. His brow furrowed intensely as he worked. It was vaguely charming to see him doting on me. After he worked his way down, he lightly stroked the tops of my forearms where the crow's talons had scratched away. The hair on my arms rose in response, only this time not in fear. His fingers felt nice. He slowed them and raised his brow at me, eyebrow ring glinting.
Did the crow do this?
I nodded and turned over my hands, opening the palms. He held the backs of my hands in his for a few seconds, giving them a warm but barely perceptible squeeze, before he returned to the kit. He ripped open a packet of iodine-soaked pads and pressed them into my palms. That hurt even more than before. My face scrunched up with the sharp bursts of pain.
Sorry, kiddo,
he said softly.
I don't think we can be too careful. Crows are dirty fuckers.
When he was done, he started to wrap my hands like you would a boxer.
I'm sort of waiting for you to tell me how this happened,
he said, as if I had missed my cue or something. Well, I don't really know. I had climbed to this ridge and was just looking at the view when I guess it came at me from behind. Messed up the back of my head and knocked me off balance. I rolled down this slope and actually was like airborne for a few seconds before I landed on this arm. He let out a low whistle.
Perry.
Anyway, I said before he could lecture me. I didn't break anything and wasn't really all that hurt, so I got up and then saw this fire pit. I guess someone had a fire there at some point. There were footprints, maybe a paw print, too. He stopped rapping, his complete attention on me. And there was a shovel and holes in the earth, like someone had been digging for something.
Those boys who were attacked by the fox,
he said, thinking out loud. That's what I thought. I didn't see anything else, though. There wasn't really any evidence, but I know there's something about that place. I had been there before, in my dream. He cocked his head. His eyes grew from mahogany to a steely shade of brown, as if the moon passed in front of the sun.
You had a dream about this?
Yeah, it was earlier in the week.
You had a dream and you didn't tell me?
He sounded slightly offended. I shrugged carefully so that my towel didn't spring open, and said it was just a dream. How was I supposed to know it would mean something?
Because of what happened last time, you tard. Don't you see? You dreamt about being in the lighthouse and then you were there. You can't pass these things off as dreams anymore. Those days are over.
I started to protest, but he cut me off.
What happened in your dream?
I told him everything, and then added, but maybe it's not the same place anyway. He fell silent. He finished rapping and then started on my other hand.
Pretty big coincidence to dream about that when you were back in Portland and had no knowledge of the desert, coyotes, and stuff being unearthed, you know.
I tensed up as he applied the iodine to the other hand.
Almost done,
he said, gesturing to my palm.
So then when did the crow do this?
When I was looking things over. I don't know how it happened without me seeing it, but I think it hit me in my head from the front. I fell down and it just started attacking me, like fucking claws out and everything. I stopped it with my arms, but it was still using its beak to, try and peck my eyes out or something. Then I, flung it on the ground somehow and it flew away. Then the snake appeared from out of nowhere. Dex closed his eyes briefly, but continued rapping.
And then?
Bird shot it, just as it was going for me. If he hadn't followed me, I know, he interjected. He finished wrapping my hand, then looked at me and gave me a terse smile.
I can only imagine.
I could tell Dex was genuinely worried about me. Even though it caused butterflies at the base of my stomach, I felt like an idiot again for putting myself in that situation. Dex let go of my hands and put one of his hands under my chin. He took the iodine pad and aimed it at my cheekbone gash.
You know the drill,
he commanded, and turned my face, gently dabbing it against my cheek. I barely felt it. I only noticed the strange look in his eyes as they stared into mine. Though they were tinged with sadness, their intensity made me feel weak in the knees, and I was once again very aware that I was a shuffle away from being completely exposed. I don't know how long that moment lasted, or even if it was a moment, but eventually he looked away and did a final dab on my cheek. He let out a large puff of air, smelling faintly like sweet tobacco, and stepped back.
You're gonna have a rusty blotch on your face from the iodine, but I think if you wash it in an hour, you should be good to go.
Thanks, Dex, I said softly. He gave me a quick smile and then opened the door.
I'll be downstairs.
And with that, he was gone. I was alone again in the bathroom, my wounds cleaned, but my mind more infected than ever. Chapter 8. After I had thrown my ratty tank in the trash can, it was time for me to pretty up. I threw on slim-cut olive cargo pants and a billowy black kimono shirt. Loose sleeves were my friend at the moment, and piled my wet hair back into a low braid before attacking my fragile face with makeup. There was nothing I could do about the orange smear of iodine on my cheekbone, but at least I could do my eyes up. Maybe I overdid it with the eyeliner, but I needed something to distract from my wounds. When I felt more or less composed, I made my way downstairs. I heard voices coming from the living room and saw, well, pretty much everyone sitting there. Will and Bird were sitting on the couch while Maximus sat back in the love seat beside Dex, who was scribbling into a spiral notebook. His camera sat on the table. Across from that was Sarah, in her rocking chair, going through the knitting motions. Everyone stopped talking as soon as they saw me. I could not have felt more awkward. I waved. I didn't know we had a party going on.
Bird was just telling us about what happened, Will explained. Then Dex filled us in on the rest.
I shot Dex a killer look. I thought everything I had just told him was confidential.
They all needed to know exactly what happened,
he said, ignoring my death glare and turning his attention back to the books. Maximus nodded.
It's the only way we'll actually figure out how to deal with all this.
Sarah laughed. All of this? Any of you think that perhaps Miss Snoops here just doesn't get along with animals? I mean, she barely gets by with Sarah, Will warned, wagging his finger despite the fact that she couldn't see the gesture. She clucked and continued knitting. I'm just saying, this is a lot of fuzz for some city girl who went for a walk in the woods. It's a lot easier to blame something else. I crossed my arms impatiently and carefully. Okay, well, since you were all talking about me while I was gone, how about you fill me in on any conclusions you may have had? Dex and Maximus and Bird all exchanged a three-way glance. I waited for them to say something, but no one uttered a word. At last, Will spoke up.
The Navajo believe that people can be cursed by someone, Will said with embarrassment. They believe that if a curse is placed upon the person, that the person will continue to suffer from the curse until they die, unless the curse is found and burned.
I must have looked confused because Bird elaborated.
The curse is usually a bundle of twigs, maybe animal skin, a drawing depicting the curse, and a personal item of the person like hair or jewelry. If you can find the bundle, usually by using a medicine man, you can burn it and destroy the curse forever.
But that's bull, Will said, wriggling uncomfortably in his seat and avoiding Bird's eyes.
I don't believe any of that for a second, and you know it, Bird.
But you believe in ghosts, Maximus drawled nonchalantly.
Well, that's different,
said Will, but that's all he said. That aside, then, I said, could all of this be the work of a curse, Bird? If you believed it, could you get a medicine man here to find the bundle or whatever and lift the curse? Everyone's eyes turned to Bird. He looked down and adjusted the hat on his head.
Technically, yeah. But,
Dex added.
But nothing,
Bird said, slapping his hands against his knees.
We could do it, if this really was a curse, but that's a big if.
But couldn't a medicine man tell you if it was or wasn't? Maybe we just need confirmation, and then we can cross it off the list, I offered. Sean's a medicine man, Sarah piped up. That simple remark managed to change the whole dynamic of the room. Judging from their faces, Maximus and Dex were just as surprised to hear that as I was. Bird was shaking his head ever so slightly as if he was mad at Sarah for bringing it up. Will was rolling his eyes, and Sarah looked downright smug. "You're kidding me," I finally said. "Does it look like I'm kidding?" Sarah said, then went back to her knitting, smiling to herself.
"It's true. Sean was medicine man."
Bird spoke slowly.
"Was, though. He's not anymore. It's complicated."
"Damn right, it's complicated," Will said. "And you aren't involving him in any of this. Let him do his job, his proper job, which you should be doing too, Bird." Sarah suddenly sprung out of her chair and flung her knitting stuff to the side, the needle ricocheting off the wood floor with a clatter. Her agility surprised me. "I say we go see him right now and see what he says," she exclaimed. "Sarah, don't you dare," Will said as he got up and made a grab for his wife, but she was already beyond his reach and shuffling with her cane toward the door. She felt for her shoes and slipped them on effortlessly. "Well, come on, you ghost hunters. Don't you want to talk to a real medicine man and see if he can put an end to all of this?" I did, but there was something terribly off-putting about the way she was so gung-ho. I glanced at Dex, who was already staring at me. His expression agreed. Something didn't gel here. But to Maximus it did, and he was already joining Sarah by the door. "Bring the camera just in case," he said and motioned to Dex, as if he was suddenly in charge of the whole operation.
"This is a bad idea," Bird said, getting off of the couch, his jaws set firmly.
Will agreed. I gave them a shrug to show that it wasn't my idea, but I wasn't missing this either. Dex snatched up his camera, with some annoyance, I'm sure, at being told what to do, and we ran after Maximus and Sarah, who were already out the door and heading to the barn. "She can sure move fast for a blind lady," I said under my breath to Dex as we went after them. I couldn't run, thanks to my ankle, so it was a gimpy speed walk of sorts. He muttered, flipping on the camera switches. "What are you thinking?" I asked. He had something going on in that head of his.
"I'd say the same thing you are," he said, and stopped. "Hold on."
He licked his thumb, and then smudged it along my cheek, wiping off the iodine. "Which is what?"
"Something's not right, but we'll figure it out. You ready?"
"Ready for what?"
"Ready for anything. Come on, we can't lose him."
He broke into a trot, heading to the barn, where Sarah and Maximus just disappeared into. I did my best to keep pace. As we entered the darkness of the barn, my eyes had a hell of a time adjusting to the light. I walked blindly for a few moments, feeling for Dex, when I heard a Spanish-accented snarl.
"You too?"
Miguel's voice came from the shadows. We stopped. Miguel came out from a tack room, wiping his hands on a dirty cloth.
"Sarah and Dex started. They went to see Sean,"
Miguel interrupted, pointing out the other end of the barn, where the hall opened into a tunnel of light.
"I don't know why. He's sick."
He nearly spat out the last word, like it was our fault.
"He's sick?" Dex repeated. "His chest hurts. Nothing bad, but he's in bed."
"Thanks," Dex said, and began walking toward the end of the barn.
"I think it's stupid. Leave the man alone,"
Miguel said. I gave him a small smile as I passed him. His dark eyes were glaring at me with all their might, per usual, but I felt an aura of fear radiating off of him. Maybe it was my imagination. It was obviously having its way with me today. I couldn't dwell on it. I limped after Dex, our footsteps echoing down the cloudy hall, until we entered the sunlight again and made our way for Sean and Miguel's house just behind a line of junipers. It was a simple, small bungalow made with faded gray wood. Maximus was standing alone outside the front door. It was closed.
"Thanks for waiting," Dex said sarcastically. "Where's Sarah?"
Maximus ignored him with a twitch of his head and pointed at the door.
"She went in there. Miguel said Sean was feeling ill, and she freaked right out."
"Chest pains?" I asked.
"I reckon so. Hope it's not a heart attack. I don't know how well equipped the hospital is here."
"Yeah," I said absently. That off feeling was nagging at me again. I wondered if Maximus sensed it too. "You can't go in there with her?" I asked him. He shook his head and stepped away from the door. He came over to us in a hush, putting one big arm over each of our shoulders, and led us away from the house.
"Are any of you getting a bad feeling about this?"
he whispered, head between us. Dex and I agreed. I hadn't been in a huddle since my childhood softball games. I don't know what, though, I added.
Yeah, me neither.
Maximus sighed and straightened up. The sound of the door opening caused us all to turn around. If Sarah could have seen us, we'd have probably looked a mite suspicious in our little head-to-head. But she couldn't. She closed the door firmly behind her and said, "Hello?"
"We're here,"
Dex answered, walking over to her.
"Is Sean okay? Miguel told us what happened."
She poked her cane out in front of her, almost nailing Dex in the knee, and walked toward the trees. "He's fine. Just has a sore chest," she said dismissively. "Sore chest?" I repeated. She stopped but didn't turn around. "Yes, a sore chest. Are you deaf?" "He probably pulled something. He does most of the work around here. Don't let Miguel or Bird tell you otherwise." Maximus walked over to her and put his hand on her shoulder.
"Want some help getting through the trees?"
She brushed off his hand. "Do I look like an invalid to you, white boy?" I almost laughed at his taken-aback expression. He ran his hand through his red hair and gave us a shrug. She began to walk away again, quicker, as if to prove she wasn't an invalid. Not that we doubted that anyway. I limped after her, the boys following. "But if he's a medicine man, can't he heal himself?" I asked innocently. Sarah laughed. "You really know nothing about the Navajo, do you? A healer cannot heal himself. He must find another medicine man to do that." She sounded quite grave, but her tone became more flippant when she added, "Anyway, it's nothing that some aspirin won't fix. Maybe tomorrow you can have a talk with him about this medicine man stuff. I'm sure he would love to enlighten you all." We followed her to the house in silence, but came to a halt outside the door. After she went inside, I turned to the guys and told them I was starving. And I did not want to eat lunch in the house. I wanted to get out of there for a bit. Maximus nodded and headed up the stairs.
"I'll just tell them we're getting lunch in town before they start making us stuff."
I looked at Dex. "Need anything from inside? Books, perhaps?" He shook his head no and walked over to the Jeep.
"There's a few books in here I got from the library while you were out on your little, hike. I think we're going to want to read them as soon as possible."
We ended up driving a little ways out of town to one of the gas stations on the outskirts that doubled as a Greasy Spoon diner. We piled into a small booth, Maximus squished up against me, and quickly ordered our food from the indifferent waitress before getting down to business. She didn't even bat an eye at my bandaged hands. After she brought us our much-needed meals, Dex had the books out and pushed one of them toward us.
"I think this is what we are dealing with here,"
he said, eyeing the book. He glanced at me quickly and then looked away, giving the impression that, though he was serious, he was still a bit apprehensive of what I might think. I looked at the title. Navajo Myths and Folklore?
"All myths come from somewhere,"
Dex said. I flipped open the book to the index. "Any particular chapter?" Maximus laid his well-groomed fingertip beneath Chapter 2, Skinwalkers, and poked it hard for emphasis. I looked at Dex for assurance. He nodded. I flipped to the chapter and skimmed it. I had heard of skinwalkers before, or shapeshifters, as they are called in other cultures, but I mean, that really was a myth. Like the werewolf, and trolls, and leprechauns. It was all so strange and fantastic that I stopped after a few pages and gave Dex the most disbelieving look I could muster. "Are you fucking kidding me? You think we are dealing with skinwalkers?" "Shh." Maximus shushed me, glancing around the near-empty diner. The few truck drivers and the waitress didn't seem to notice.
"We shouldn't be talking too loudly about this."
"Why?" I snorted. Dex leaned across the table, his voice low.
"Because the people here, they really do believe in this. And if they hear a bunch of white people talking about it, that could cause some problems."
I got that, but still. I know they believe it, but I mean, it's impossible.
"What I do is impossible,"
Maximus said through a neat mouthful of his BLT.
"What we've seen is impossible," Dex added. "What's the difference?"
The difference was that ghosts could be explained. To me, anyway, it almost made scientific sense. After you died, it was inherently possible that you could still exist in some form. Whether it was not moving on, getting stuck in some limbo alternate universe, leftover electric energy, or some other kind of force, the concept of having something survive after you died didn't really seem like that much of a stretch when you thought about it. But the fact that a person could physically become an animal at will and then revert back to human form was just ridiculous. I'd hate to get all Scully on your Mulder asses, but I just don't think this is what's happening, I said. Maximus laughed at that, appreciating the X-Files reference.
But you'd believe a curse?
Dex questioned. I don't know, I admitted, and tucked into my overly salty French onion soup. I don't know what I believe anymore. I mean, if it's so obvious to you guys that this is a skinwalker situation, then why hasn't anyone else, any of the actual Navajo people, said anything about it?
Because they don't discuss it with non-believers if they don't have to, Dex explained. I think Bird knows exactly what is going on. He's just waiting for the time to tell us, or maybe waiting for the right person to tell us. And he knows Will and Sarah wouldn't have any of it, if that's what it came down to, said Maximus. Could you imagine it? After all they're forsaken of their beliefs and heritage, it turns out to be the very thing that is causing all their problems.
Actually, what he said made perfect sense. It was a little too ironic. I told him that. But maybe it's someone tormenting them for turning their backs on the Navajo. Maybe someone wants to teach them a lesson.
If it's a skinwalker, it's someone.
Dex lowered his voice even more, as if that someone could be in the diner with us.
If it's a curse, it's also someone. I don't think we are dealing with ghosts here. Not at all.
I agree with you, brother, said Maximus, pushing his empty plate away. Dex narrowed his eyes at him.
Don't call me brother.
Maximus met his eyes, and a testosterone-driven staring contest ensued. Oh, come on, knock it off, you two, I sighed. Put whatever weird-ass bullshit you have aside, at least for this weekend, all right?
Easy there, kiddo,
Dex said, reaching across the table and patting my hand.
We're just playing.
Maximus smiled at me with an Elvis-like lip curl.
If we aren't dealing with ghosts, per se, it could be why I can't sense anything. There's no death here.
Not yet, I said without thinking, as the biggest sense of déjà vu slammed into me like a hailstorm. The room seemed to vibrate and shift. The drone of a fly on the dirty window became louder and louder. Dex squeezed my hand.
Perry,
he whispered. I tried to focus on my soup, on the drowning bits of sodden bread and the briny broth. The buzz of the fly became so loud it was as if it were burrowing in my ear, an audio root canal. Dex squeezed my hand harder, and it stopped. I looked at him. His eyes were full of knowing more than I did. The room stopped spinning, but the feeling of déjà vu still lingered. Sorry, I gasped, not sure of what just happened. Was that a panic attack? Or just a dizzy spell?
Do you realize what you just said?
He asked quietly. He kept his hand on mine and looked at Maximus.
And what you just said?
I looked at Maximus. His strong face was as puzzled as mine.
Perry had a dream a few days ago,
Dex started, and proceeded to tell Maximus all of it. My mind caught up quickly. No wonder I had déjà vu. Maximus and I just spoke to each other the dialogue in the dream. There is no death here, I said slowly to myself. Not yet. If everything in my dream was slowly coming true, what was next? For coyotes to start walking on two legs and then... I shuddered. Perhaps the skinwalker conclusion wasn't too far off. I pushed my bowl of soup away, my appetite gone. I suddenly missed my old job. Working in the safe, sterile ad agency didn't seem so bad anymore. After we finished up our food, we made our way back to the ranch. I sat in the back of the Jeep and listened absently to Dex and Maximus talk about what their chums from the old college days were doing now. My attention flitted in and out as I flipped through the book to feed my overstuffed mind. If skinwalkers were a possibility, I needed to know exactly what we were dealing with. According to the book, skinwalkers were evil Navajo witches who could shapeshift into any animal form, usually something local like a coyote, a fox, a bird, or a bear. Sometimes they tormented their victims by throwing stones or banging on the walls. Other times they would attack you in your car, or they'd do some other sort of malicious prank. It didn't say too much about disfigured livestock, nor did it mention any cases of anyone actually being physically hurt by the skinwalkers, which was a relief of sorts. Not that I had even begun to accept it, but it was good to know. If my dreams were some sort of foreshadowing of events to come, I definitely did not want the part where the coyote people ripped me limb from limb to come true.
How are you doing?
Maximus asked, turning around in the passenger seat, his warm voice slinking off the walls. I shut the book and put on a brave face. I'm okay. He had such a sexy energy at times that I couldn't help but want to put up a front around him. Me scared of skinwalkers? Nonsense. He pursed his lips for a second and then grinned in his aw-shucks way. You're braver than I am. I leaned in closer and made sure to speak a bit breathier. I have a hard time believing you'd buy into the skinwalker business, let alone be scared of it. You look like you could take on a grizzly bear with your own hands. Yeah, that's right. I was flirting with him. I couldn't help it. I think my nerves needed a pleasant diversion. So I flashed him a smile that made the cut on my cheek sting. I could see Dex's eyes float up to the rearview mirror and glance at me curiously. I remembered what he said about Maximus wanting to get in my pants. I wanted to test that theory, and part of me wanted to do it to see if Dex would care. Why he would, I don't know, but I was going to do it anyway. Maximus actually blushed, or at least the top of his forehead was starting to match his hair. I'm not about to wrestle no bears, but I did used to catch baby gators for my cousin back in Louisiana, he said. They were easy once you got their mouths clamped shut. Just like Perry, Dex chimed in cheerfully. Shut up, I glared at him. He gave me a skeezy look in the mirror and laughed. I shook my head and looked back at Maximus, who was trying not to laugh himself. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, Maximus repeated, still grinning at me. Just because I'm 6'4" doesn't mean I can't get scared every once in a while. I cocked my head. Do you ever get scared on the job? You know, doing a reading? He nodded, his green eyes sobering. Oh, of course. How can you not? The most terrifying moment is the one right before I do it. I don't know how these people died. I mean, I know to some extent, but to feel what people feel when they go, it is god-awful. It hits you like a brick every time. I can't even prepare for it. I reckon I never will. You think you know death. You think you have some idea of what happens, of how you'll feel, but you don't know. And I only feel probably 50% of what they went through. The terror, the questions they had. It's always why now, why me? It is so powerful, it leaves a fucking imprint that some hillbilly like me can pick up on. And each time I do it... He trailed off, his eyes leaving mine, and stared out the back window, watching the dusty road disappear behind us. His blush was gone, and he had turned a wicked shade of alabaster. This big, burly man with his sexy snarl looked like a freckled little boy, sleeping with the nightlight on. Instinctively, I reached over and brushed his hair back lightly. He had nice, thick hair. He gave me a quick smile. Well, let's just say I wouldn't wish death upon my greatest enemy. Jesus, can we shut up with the death talk, please? Dex grumbled, eyeing us in the mirror, anger sparking. Maximus looked sheepish. Sorry, man, I forgot. Dex shot him a sharp look, but Maximus was turning around in his seat and didn't notice. I did, though. What did that mean? I forgot. Forgot what? I know Dex's family was dead. I guess that had to be it. But it felt like something much deeper and rawer than that. And being me, I couldn't let it rest. I wanted to know, and if I brought it up later, I wouldn't have Maximus there for support and whatnot. Well, you picked an ironic profession if you didn't want to talk about death, I challenged. I meant to say that a bit nicer. Maximus turned his head to look at Dex. Dex didn't move or say anything, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened. The skinwalkers aren't technically dead, though, Maximus said. I'm not talking about skinwalkers, which, by the way, I am not totally sold on yet. I just mean with Dex. You, Dex, what's with the shut up with the death talk all of a sudden? Dex slowly moved his eyes up to the mirror to meet mine. I hadn't seen him glare that well for a long time. He was the king of glares. Sometimes they were sexy, probably by accident, but they were always effective. When his black arched brow lowered and connected with those dark eyes and his lips set in a snake-like twist, he just radiated intensity. The depths always surprised me. It was like looking into a cave and thinking you could see the back of it, but it just ended up being a trick of the eye. There was always more, another twist, another turn. This was the best example I had seen yet. I thought the glass in the mirror might shatter. It made me sit back in my seat just a bit, but I wasn't going to back off. "What?" I shrugged, playing the ignorant card. I tapped Maximus on the shoulder. "Tell me more about what people feel when they die." He glanced warily at Dex. Dex looked right back at him.
"Don't let me stop you," he sneered. "If she wants to know, she wants to know."
Maximus looked back at me, his voice a bit shaky.
"Okay, then. Well, it depends."
"What was the scariest reading you've done?"
"I reckon it would have to be this woman who was murdered by her own daughter."
I grimaced.
"Ugh."
Maximus quickly glanced at Dex and continued.
"Yeah, she was sick. No one could figure out what was wrong with her. Her daughter was taking care of her, and I guess it got to be too much. She smothered her with a pillow. You can't imagine what that woman felt as her own child killed her. To raise someone and love someone that much, and then for them to turn around and take your life like it all meant nothing was... Scream!"
Dex suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the Jeep was careening off to the side of the road. We stopped on the shoulder in a mist of red dust. "What is it?" I cried, thinking we had almost hit something. Dex got out of the car and slammed the door. I looked at Maximus, mouth agape. He looked uneasy.
"You stay here, please," he said. "I'll be right back."
"No," I protested, but it was too late. He was out of the car. This is how people get killed in horror films. I pouted to myself, wishing the dust would clear so I could get a proper look outside. I had no idea why we stopped. It was like Dex just had enough. I was starting to feel bad for provoking him, but maybe it was something else. Unlikely, but possible. Seconds later, Maximus got back inside, coughing from the air outside. "Well, what happened?" I asked anxiously.
He let out a low groan. "Oh, you know, Dex."
I leaned forward on his seat and tried to see out the front. The red cloud was clearing, and I could see someone, I presume Dex, walking away from the car. Where is he going?
"Just give him a few minutes,"
Maximus replied simply. I looked at him closer, at the freckles on his nose, the sienna hairs of his 5 o'clock shadow. He moved his head to face mine and gave me a little smile.
"You guys sure are fucked up."
"Me?" I said. His smile grew wider. He stuck the tip of his tongue out between his teeth.
"You're almost worse than he is,"
he said rather suggestively.
"That's okay. I'm all for women with a little more adventure to them."
I couldn't tell if he was kidding, so I ignored it. "Yesterday you told me I couldn't trust Dex," I said.
"I told you that you shouldn't, not that you couldn't."
"Why did you say that?"
"Dex isn't well."
"Well, I know that, Sherlock." He squinted those emerald peepers at me.
"Watson, more like it. You know, he's a few cards short of the deck."
"Yeah, I mean, who can't see that? Plus, he actually told me he's bipolar or something, and, you know, right now he's not even on any meds, so he's all out of sorts." I felt strangely defensive about Dex's mental health.
"Do you reckon he's bipolar?"
I thought about it. Maybe. I mean, I guess. Why would he lie? He adjusted in his seat to get more comfortable and rested his chin on the back of it.
"Dex is one of the greatest liars you'll ever come across. The man turns it into an art."
That wasn't good to hear. I felt a bit icky, as if he was about to spring something on me that would change my view of Dex forever. I didn't want to change my view about him. I liked him. A lot. Maximus was watching me closely.
"You're worried about him?"
"Well, I stammered. Sure."
"I wouldn't. He's been this way a long time, and he's still around and kicking. Doing better now more than ever. I mean, have you seen his girlfriend?"
My face fell for a split second, but I pushed it into blasé territory before he could notice. "Yeah, I know who she is."
"When we were together at NYU, he was always all over the place. Like a wind-up toy. Sometimes it would be on, and when he was on, he was really on. Ideas coming from all over the place, intelligent debates that would last into the wee hours of the morning, and just creating the most incredible shit out of nothing, especially music. He would write the craziest songs, yet they always worked. We didn't end up using those songs. I mean, after all, we were a cover band, Henry Mancini and all that, but he still wrote them. And his voice, and he would write, too, like thoughts, fiction, would just stay up all night drinking and writing pages of anything. He would never share that with anyone, but I caught a few glances here and there. That boy had a wicked imagination. And then, when he was off. Just shut off from the world. It was hard to tolerate the two sides of him, especially when he would be on during rehearsals and then would shut off on stage. You can imagine that doesn't go over very well. But, I mean, he was it. He was our singer. He was the guy we wanted to be, even though none of us would admit it. And sometimes he was a very good friend when he wasn't being tortured by some personal demon of some sort. He never let us in close, but when he took the effort to put himself aside for a change, he was fiercely loyal.
I can see that, I said, nodding.
Yeah, and then he fell in love with a real sweet girl, Abby. She was kind of a fangirl at first. Frankly, I think she was after me, but I had a girlfriend at the time. She was far too nice for Dex, but he went for her. I guess he sensed her vulnerability or whatever. She could put up with a lot, and she really cared. But the more involved they got, the more Dex, fell. My lord, I've never seen a boy that smitten over someone so meek and mousy, but that's what happened. That's love, you can't explain it. He was apeshit in love. And soon he became more possessive, and he was jealous. And at first he had no reason to be. But the more crazy he became, the more Abby pulled away. I know she started cheating on him. My girlfriend became friends with her, and she told me. I ended up telling Dex. I shouldn't have, but, honestly, I thought the moment those two broke up, the more Dex could concentrate on his music. It was very Yoko Ono and John Lennon.
Except John Lennon doesn't die in this case, I said, fascinated by what I was hearing. His face tightened. I felt the energy in the car drop.
No, but she did.
I was stunned, but managed to ask, how? Please don't let Dex have killed her, I thought absently.
Happens every weekend, Maximus said sadly. Driving drunk. Dex had gone over there as soon as I told him, and he ended up finding Abby and some guy in bed together.
I gasped, personally knowing all too well what Dex had gone through. Maximus continued.
I think he may have punched the guy or thrown him out. I'm glad nothing worse happened to him, because when Dex loses it, he really goes all out. He and Abby had a yelling match. The people at the dorm said they heard glass breaking, lamps being thrown, though I don't know who did what. It was an epic fight, I know that much. Dex has a short temper anyway. Abby was so distraught that she had to call my girlfriend to come get her. Of course, I was with her, so I came too. I could put Dex in his place if I needed to. He's a scrappy fighter, but I've got a clear head. And maybe I could talk him down. We came, and I had to kick down the door. Felt very badass. Dex was sitting on the couch with his head between his hands. Eyes all wide and wild, but strangely empty. He said Abby had locked herself in the bathroom with a bottle of gin. My girlfriend tried to coax her out of the bathroom, but nothing doing. Eventually, I had to kick that door down, too. Just totally destroyed that apartment. The bathroom was empty, as was the bottle of gin in the sink, and it was a big bottle. The room was on the first floor, and the window was open. She went out that way, then I guess went to her car and drove somewhere. We don't know where. She never called anyone from her phone. I guess she was too drunk. Drove straight into a tree, about 5 minutes away from the dorm.
I didn't know what to say. My fingers were at my mouth. He noticed and gave me an empathetic shrug.
There's been too much death in his life. Dex couldn't handle it. And then he really lost it. Basically lost his mind from the shock and blame.
But it wasn't his fault, I said. My heart ached.
No, it wasn't. And Abby was known to drink a lot and drive from time to time, long before she met Dex. But given his past, he automatically blamed himself. He started behaving irrationally. He had to drop out of school, out of the band, and basically out of life. Shoot, I don't even think I should be telling you this much. Sorry, Perry, that's all I'll say. It wasn't even my place.
He looked regretful and let out a long sigh. And you're saying I'm just as bad as he is? I reminded him.
I guess you aren't. so far.
I hit Maximus lightly on the shoulder. Very funny.
You're a good girl, Perry, he admitted. I just think you two can be a bit too alike. Two wrongs don't make a right, and I mean that in the nicest sense.
I sat back in my seat, feeling like crap. All this new information about Dex was a bit overwhelming. I couldn't help but feel so bad for him. How horrible would that be? Accident or not, I know I couldn't deal with it very well. I had a hard enough time dealing with my own past, which was nowhere near that bad. No wonder he didn't want us talking about death. Excuse me, I told Maximus. I'm gonna go get him.
If you know what you were doing, he replied. Just don't forget about me here. I think I've got 10 minutes before the heat eats me alive.
It was disgustingly hot in the car. I hadn't even noticed this whole time. Even though sitting in there and talking to Maximus was intriguing and I adored listening to his southern drawl, I couldn't leave Dex out there, not knowing what had happened to him. I had this urge to run up and give him the biggest hug, even though Dex was not a huggy type. I stepped out into the dust and closed the door so no more would come in. It had died down, but was still fanned by passing cars. Dex's hunched figure stood by the side of the road. It wasn't like he was hitchhiking. He was just standing there, looking bleak. I ran down the shoulder while being careful with my ankle and stopped beside him. He kept his eyes forward. I followed his blank gaze across the road. On a fence post among pointy scrub and cacti was an owl. It was staring back at us, big eyes sticking out of its snowy head like black marbles, unmoving. I watched the owl in silence for a while before it flew off with huge pumps of its wings that disturbed the brush around it. I kept my eye on it until it was just a dot on the horizon, and then disappeared from our sight. I looked up at Dex. His face was smooth, maybe a bit of worry in the forehead. He was smoking a hand-rolled cigarette that smelled heavenly. I had smelled it on him earlier in the bathroom. "May I?" I asked, putting my hand out for it. He finally turned to look at me.
"What?"
"Can I have a puff? It smells good." He stared at me thoughtfully and had another long drag himself. Eventually, through a large puff of white smoke, he said, "No." I looked back to where the owl had been. How long had that owl been there?
Since I walked over here.
Is that why you pulled over? I tested. He flicked the cigarette out onto the road, right on time for a passing truck to drive over it. He looked into my eyes, his gaze steady and poignant.
"No,"
he said flatly. "I'm sorry."
"For what?"
"For being inconsiderate."
"Inconsiderate of what?"
he replied lazily. Oh, geez. He was going to make me spell it out for him, wasn't he? I didn't want to get Maximus in trouble. I had a feeling he probably wasn't supposed to enlighten me with Dex's troubled past. "I am just sorry, okay?" I held out my hand. "Friends?" He looked at my hand and then back at me, seeming to think about it. After 5 seconds, I felt a bit foolish to have my bandaged hand sticking out like that, unshaken.
"Yeah,"
he said slowly.
"We're friends."
He took my hand in his and turned it over.
"How does it feel?"
"It's sore, but I'll live. My nurse did a good job." He nibbled on his lip, a gesture I was starting to find adorable.
"I guess we are even."
"How so?"
"Never mind."
I grabbed him at the elbow for emphasis. "No, please don't never mind me," I pleaded. "Remember that talking thing we talked about yesterday?"
"Vaguely,"
was his reply. I sighed. He was impossible. "Just," I started, then threw my hands up in the air. It was too hot and dusty here to be arguing, and it was a fairly one-sided argument. I didn't know why we were suddenly even, and maybe it was better that way. I started walking to the car.
"Perry,"
he said. There was a melancholy inflection in his voice that made me stop and turn around.
I was hoping you'd come out and get me."
I put my hands on my hips and cocked my head. pondering that revelation. "Well," I said, feeling truthful, "I'm always going to come and get you." We stood there on the side of the road, just looking at each other, with 10 feet between us. Neither of us said anything. Maybe we didn't need to. I waved him over to me. He shuffled forward. I grabbed his hand, dry and rough, and gave it a squeeze. A literal spark, a current, rushed from his hand to mine. In seconds, it caused internal shivers around my neck. I don't know if he felt it. He eyed my hand anxiously, at first anyway, then squeezed back. More sparks. Too bad I couldn't enjoy them for long before random images of Jennifer flashed through my head and made me realize I may not be helping the situation at all. So I let go of him, slowly, and together we walked back to the car and to Maximus, who was no doubt sweating like a poor dog that's been forsaken by its owners. Chapter 9. "Apparently, skinwalkers can't be killed," Maximus said from across the room. Dex and I were holed up in our bedroom at the Lancasters. Dex was on his laptop reviewing footage he shot earlier that day in town, mainly establishing shots of scenery, as they didn't find anyone to interview, while Maximus read through the library book, occasionally pointing out things of interest, which I would scribble down in Dex's planner. We were all waiting for dinner to be ready. As soon as we got back from lunch, Will informed us that we would all be having a great feast tonight, his words, with everyone, meaning Bird, Sean, even Miguel. Of course, Maximus was invited too. The idea of this gathering put me in a weird us versus them type mood, but at least the more people there were, the less awkward it would be with Sarah. Maybe I wouldn't have to talk at all. I was too introspective today for chit-chat anyway. I was curled up in the rocking chair in the corner while the boys sat on the end of the bed, and when I wasn't writing things, I was watching Dex. He sat cross-legged, his gray cargo pants contrasting with his bright green socks, never once looking up at me or Maximus while he intently studied the screen. Occasionally he would rub his goatee in some rough, nervous gesture, or he'd pop in a piece of Nicorette for a few seconds before spitting it out. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Ever since I heard his backstory, or at least parts of it, my thoughts kept turning back to Dex, about what had happened, and what else there was to know. How could this guy, my madcap, smart-ass Dex, have gone through so much? And how could he be okay? I mean, he couldn't be. No wonder he was on medication. And not even at the moment. My heart pinched in the most unexpected way. I felt so much for him at that moment, it kind of hurt. My emotions and my hormones were having a catfight in my chest. I just wanted to walk over to that bed and...
"Perry?"
Maximus's voice broke through my thoughts like a rake.
"Did you write that down?"
At that, Dex looked up at me before I could look away. His eyes were soft, shiny pools from across the room. I held his eyes with mine. My heart clenched again, intensifying my feelings, steadying my gaze.
"Bullets dipped in ash,"
Maximus added, a bit louder this time. I closed my eyes. I felt the current I had with Dex power down like I was turning off like a fuse box. Did he feel it too? I opened my eyes to check, but he was focused on the computer again. I turned my head at Maximus, trying to hide my annoyance. "What was that?" Maximus did a quick sideways glance at Dex for observation, then laid a prominent smirk on me.
"I said, one of the ways you can kill a skinwalker is bullets dipped in white ash."
"Oh, white ash, so simple," I quipped. I wrote it down, knowing full well we weren't going to be using any guns with ash bullets inside them. Maximus flipped a page, shrugged.
"Hey, you never know out here."
"And that's the only way to get rid of them?" I asked.
"As far as I know. Unless a person has a change of heart and decides to stop doing evil or something."
"So what the hell can we do?" I said, frustrated. They both looked up at my tone of voice. "What, we're gonna shoot some animal with white bullets?" I